before I proceed, just for awareness, because the program yesterday and the adjustments that we had to the program and the need to carry over a couple of elements from the program yesterday to this morning's session, we're having to recalibrate the program for today slightly. We're not going to go through the whole day. As you know, it was scheduled for the half day until lunchtime. What we are going to need to do is have an extra hour to enable us to fit in the rest of the program. So what we're aiming to do is continue through the morning as scheduled and then have a lunch break and then have a final hour from 2 to 3 p.m. with the aim that we finish at 3 p.m. this afternoon to ensure we have that bit of extra time. If there's any adjustment to that, given how things pan out today, then we'll update you as we go. But just to give you an early heads up for those here and virtually, that's the plan for the balance of our program on this day too. So with that, just to recap, during our first day of the dialogue, we had the opportunity to share experiences, exchange views, and to understand the holistic and multi-sectoral nature of just transitions. And then during the breakout discussion round, yesterday afternoon into the evening, we discussed unpacking the full range of means of implementation for a multi-sectoral approach to just energy transition pathways. Before we move on to the breakout sessions planned for today, we're going to take the opportunity to look back on the discussions in the breakout sessions late yesterday afternoon, and we look forward to learning about all the views and experiences and exchanges that came through that session, through those sessions. And to do that, I'm going to ask our facilitators from 3 sessions to help us with the report backs, and then that'll be followed by an opportunity for all of you to add to your reflections and insights for anything additional to what you hear in the report backs. So we already have 2 of our facilitators on the podium, and our third is unfortunately not able due to other commitments to be with us today, but has provided a report back in writing, which I'll read out after the first 2 report backs. So starting with the first set topic yesterday of climate finance for just energy transition pathways, I now invite Pungai Matura to report back on yesterday's discussion. Pungai, thanks for being here. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Good morning, colleagues who are here in person. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all other colleagues who are joining us online. So as the chair said, the session which I was facilitating was on climate finance for just energy transition. And just for a way of recapping, I'll just recap the guiding questions. The first guiding question was, what lessons are being learned on financing nationally defined just energy transition pathways aligned with the outcome of the first global stocktake, including through enhancing access to climate finance, innovative and blended finance, crowding in of the private sector in a way that complements public finance, and financing for social protection. The second question was, what innovative financing mechanisms and policy frameworks could support enhancing the provision of climate finance for transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, equitable manner in line with national development priorities while safeguarding affected workers and communities. Dear colleagues, as was expected, we really had a very robust feedback, very strong comments and views were expressed across the board. So I'll give you a very high-level summary of some of these views which were expressed. One view was on the finance as an enabler. Finance should serve as a means of enabling inclusivity and fairness, not only as a climate investment tool. Discussions emphasized aligning finance flows with nationally determined just transition pathways to address socio-economic realities, workforce needs, and broader sustainable development goals. Some speakers had expressed strong reservations on the first guiding question, which emphasizes climate finance, blended finance, and crowding in of the private sector, while omitting the issue of grants. They felt grants play a key role in the just energy transition process, and they felt that this should really be included as one of the financing instruments for just energy transition to be realized. Several speakers emphasized the importance of honoring climate finance commitments in line with the Paris Agreement, noting that such support plays a critical role in enabling just transition. They highlighted that finance should be guided by the principles of equity and historical responsibility. That is most effective when it aligns with national defined pathways. In this context, it was noted that avoiding prescriptive conditions and respecting national sovereignty can help ensure finance is inclusive, responsive, and supportive of diverse development priorities. And then there was also the need for the strengthening strengthening access for the most affected. Several participants underlined the need for localized access to finance, particularly for vulnerable groups, communities, and informal workers who are often at the forefront of transition but face systemic barriers to funding and participation. Then, when it came to innovative and scalable financing models, several speakers spoke of the importance of financing from multilateral financial institutions like the World Bank, and tapping financial markets through innovative financing instruments like carbon markets, and making use of innovative financing instruments to complement public funding. Examples were shared of blended finance, concessional financing instruments, and just transition funds, which were designed to address investments risk and unlock private capital. However, the importance of tailoring instruments to national sectoral context was consistently underscored. There was also the issue of the insufficiency of private finance. While private finance plays a role, it cannot substitute public finance, which remains the cornerstone for enabling just transition. Several speakers challenged over-reliance on private flows and blended financing models, noting that they often underperform in delivering real capital to the global south and can reinforce debt burdens or prioritize investor interests over community needs. Then there was also the issue of institutional and policy coherence. Financing just transitions is not only about money, it requires coherent policy frameworks, cross-sector coordination, and capacity building. Participants stressed the need to embed just transition principles in climate finance mechanisms, public investment strategies, and in national budgets. The issue of the insufficiency of global pledges was also highlighted, where it was noted that there is a big gap between what is being pledged to address just energy transition and what is needed to actually achieve a just energy transition pathway. And then the last topic I'm going to talk to is about the global support and solidarity. Many speakers emphasize that international finance must support developing countries not only in energy transition, but also with the social protection, retraining, and development dimensions of just transition. Access to equitable, predictable, and flexible climate finance remains a critical challenge. I submit, Chair.
Thank you very much, Punga, for that very comprehensive report back and providing a really thorough overview of the discussions yesterday. Thank you. I now give the floor to Chair Gozi Uday, who facilitated the discussions on our third topic, capacity building and knowledge sharing. Gozi, you have the floor. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. I would like to report back on the rich discussions we had in the breakout rooms under the theme capacity building and knowledge sharing. The following key points were raised across various interventions. First, many countries emphasize the need to ensure that just transition must be nationally defined, reflecting unique circumstances, development priorities, and socioeconomic contexts. Some parties stress that pathways, targets, and timelines must account for national realities and assess the impact of trade measures. Least developed countries did underline that expanding energy access, especially clean cooking and reliable electricity, is a core priority, and that transitions must avoid locking in carbon-intensive pathways. The need for scalable initiatives was also highlighted. Second, capacity building, knowledge sharing, and inclusive engagement were highlighted as essential. Some parties' intervention underscored partnerships with indigenous peoples, local communities, and women, ensuring cultural values, traditional knowledge, and gender considerations are integrated into policies. Several delegations noted that participatory, bottom-up approaches, digital and in-person training, peer-to-peer platforms, and local language tools are critical to ensuring meaningful engagement and sustainable outcomes. Young people and community-led organizations were identified as important actors to directly receive resources and support. There was also a strong emphasis on ensuring that vulnerable groups, women, youth, and workers in affected industries are not left behind through retraining, social safeguards, and equitable access to new opportunities. Finally, financial and technical support, as well as safeguard mechanisms, were repeatedly emphasized. Some parties highlighted the importance of concrete financing, public-private partnerships, and long-term investments such as renewable energy deployment, coal transition strategies, and critical mineral value chains. Developed countries were urged to lead in phasing out fossil fuels while supporting developing countries with resources, technology transfer, and capacity building programs to enable equitable, resilient, and effective transitions. To conclude, the overall message from this session is quite clear. A just transition must be inclusive, locally grounded, gender responsive, and supported by targeted finance and technical assistance while respecting sovereignty, equity, and national circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you so much also for those reflections. It sounds like a very valuable and rich discussion that happened in those breakout groups yesterday. Thank you. And so lastly, moving to the second set topic of innovation and technology transfer. As I said, Camilla has provided us with a written report given her other commitments today. So I'll read out that report for everyone now. So on innovation and technology transfer, interventions reflected on barriers, challenges and gaps, and also looked ahead in terms of insights, the consideration to be taken into account for potential approaches and entry points. Barriers and constraints that can hinder the ability of technologies to support just transition pathways that were mentioned as requiring attention included the following: technologies that are not adapted to national and local contexts, needs or priorities, that are outdated or that do not take into account local and Indigenous knowledge and voices. Technology addressed isolation from broader conditions and constraints, particularly for developing countries, for example, in terms of capacity issues, poverty, institutional and policy architecture, as well as international dimensions, such as those related to intellectual property rights, trade, and finance. Regarding finance in the context of technology, high upfront costs, long investment cycle and uncertainties of returns, high cost of finance and access to finance constraints, were identified as barriers for developing countries in that context. Considerations for addressing challenges and constraints and for making technology and innovation supportive of just transition pathways included the following: the relevance of technology and innovation for both mitigation and adaptation and across multiple sectors, ranging from energy, mobility, agriculture, waste, buildings, industry, among others. The need for technology and innovation that is affordable, sustainable, equitable, scalable, aligned to local and national priorities and contexts, encompassing different solutions and addressing energy access and energy poverty. The value of systematic approaches, including through innovation ecosystems and the collaboration of different actors among governments, the private sector, including SMEs, research institutions, communities, civil society. The value of technology needs assessments was identified. The importance of local ownership, the integration of communities' knowledge and the knowledge of Indigenous peoples, gender responsiveness, participatory co-design that fosters the equitable sharing of social and economic benefits and that minimise and tackle risks. And finally, the importance of addressing finance constraints faced by developing countries that can hinder the development, dissemination, and scaling of technology and innovation, including through grants and concessional finance, and of addressing issues related, as mentioned earlier, intellectual property rights and capacity development gaps. And that's the end of the report back on behalf of Camilla. And thanks in her absence to Camilla for her efforts yesterday and the very good discussions in her breakout sessions. Okay, with that, with those three report backs capturing the discussions yesterday across the afternoon sessions, would like now to have the opportunity to hear any additional reflections or reactions to what you've heard. And so we'll open the floor for those additional insights in relation to that. For those attending here in person, as usual, please raise your flag if you wish to speak. Call on first come, first served basis. For those of you online, when requesting the floor, please raise your virtual hand and indicate your name and affiliation. So we've got 30 minutes for this discussion, and we'd like to keep to that time frame if possible, given our schedule today. So with that, I'd like to open the floor. So first, Burkina Faso on the LDC group.
Thank you very much. Good morning, colleagues, and thank you so much, these co-facilitators, for the excellent report back. We find ourselves then as LDCs, what you have captured. Thank you very much for articulating that. On my national capacity, we would like to, on the report to regard to technology, add also micro, small enterprises. This is very important, and rather it's in Burkina Faso in my national capacity, and for the LDCs, the micro, small enterprises is very critical and important in our economies that they need to be taken into account in the value chain of capacity building. This is a prerequisite for us to make sure that implementations happen as we are going into, especially on the electricity, you would have it will be outsourced to those companies, the biggest when the call proposals, but it's the smaller ones who will be executing. That is important to make sure that in the value chain of trainings that they're taking into account, including the informal sector. I thank you once again. Many thanks for the excellent wrap-up.
Thank you, Burkina Faso. Next, I have Ghana. Ghana, you have the floor.
Yeah, good morning, colleagues. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, facilitators, for constant feedback of what happened yesterday. Ghana is going to just focus on the financing national defined just energy pathways. I am speaking on my capacity from Ghana. I believe that when we speak on financing nationally defined just energy pathways, we should draw it from the outcomes of the first global stocktake at COP28 in 2023, which exposed critical shortfalls in global efforts to achieve Paris Agreement objectives. And so in solidarity with the AGN, Ghana would request for a scaled-up climate finance to support equitable energy transitions. This must be prioritized in our national development imperatives, universal energy access and climate resilience, and the shift to low-emission systems. Ghana also wants to assert that financing mechanism must close vast funding deficit, deploy innovative tools, and guarantee social justice. Finally, we wish to that it is imperative that prioritization of grant-centered fair finance through overhauled global framework with swift NCQG rollout at COP30 will be very important. This will enable just energy pathways to drive resilient, inclusive prosperity. Thank you very much for giving me the floor.
Thank you for the additional inputs. Next, I have G77 in China. You have the floor.
Well, thank you very much for giving me the floor. I'm speaking on behalf of the G77 in China. First, allow me to thank our facilitators for the very detailed reporting back and providing us with the insights on how our sessions went and progressed yesterday. I believe that we heard a lot on the importance of the means of implementation, particularly concessional finance, technology transfer, and capacity building, as not being a secondary considerations in our pursuit of just transition pathways to be implemented on a national level. They are indispensable preconditions for achieving genuinely just transition, also on a global level, reforming the global financial architecture, securing debt relief, and operationalizing robust international support structures are opportunities we must not miss in any just transition work program dialogue. We also heard the calls coming out from the developing countries for our partners from the developed countries to honor their financing obligations and to be guided by equity and CBDRC, avoiding prescriptive and inclusive and support national priorities. We also heard the challenges of the blended finance and also the private finance, and it brought this great emphasis on the importance of the public finance, whether also on the capacity building and the technology transfer and development. We also heard the importance of having the global support and solidarity, access to equitable and predictable finance remain as a challenge to developing countries, and this is something that we heard during our dialogue, and we are willing also to engage further more on all these challenges in the spirit of trying to find a lot of innovative solutions to these challenges. Thank you very much, Aisa.
Thank you, G77 in China. And now I call Norway. You have the floor. Norway?
Thank you. I didn't hear that it was Norway at first, but thank you. I just want to say that I fully realize that reports backed by the facilitators needs to be short, high level, and succinct. But I would like to just add some of the points that I heard in my room that was not that reflected in the report back, and that was that a lot of the people in the room were pointing to the fact that we need to use the existing institutions under the Paris Agreement more effectively when implementing just transition pathways, and they namely pointed to the PCCB, important work by the PCCB and the TEC and the CTN, and especially the planning tools, the TNAs, the Technology Needs Assessment Systems that most developed countries are using. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. I can see a flag at the back, but I can't see. Thank you. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much for the report back. Just a couple points from my side. So thank you very much. The report back seemed very comprehensive. One element which I was missing, and I don't know if it was discussed maybe in all groups, but from our side, one of the financial instruments that is quite helpful in the context of energy transition, at least in our domestic context, is the one of carbon pricing. And I think that's something that the Just Transition Work Programme could look at in more detail. So in Switzerland, for example, we have one of the highest CO2 levy with partial refunding to households on a per capita basis. And that's one way that we found to combine social equity by with emission reductions, by redistributing revenues from the CO2 levy and by supporting climate-friendly investments in housing and transportation. The redistribution serves as a social safeguard and also protecting lower income households from excessive financial burdens. Of course, there's many ways that we can use carbon pricing. For us, it's an interesting way to leverage additional resources whilst having this redistributive value. So we would suggest that the Just Transition Work Programme could help identify and direct technical assistance, peer-to-peer learning and resources towards the development of such social and carbon pricing instruments, noting that solutions need to be tailored to each national circumstances. Perhaps another point I wanted to make, which I didn't really hear in the readout, was, so we heard a lot about the importance of public finance for crowning in private investments. One point I haven't heard is that key to attracting private sector is also having a strong regulatory framework in place and sending a strong market signals. And as this year we're all preparing our NDCs, we've often heard from private sector that having strong regulatory frameworks and information about energy transition pathways in the NDCs in our long-term strategies can go a long way in providing that investment security. And then another point that I didn't really hear much about is the importance of tackling fossil fuel subsidies for keeping 1.5 alive. So from the numbers I found in 2023, governments continued to heavily subsidize the use of fossil fuels, spending 620 billion, and I think in 2022 that number even went close to $1 trillion. And of course, it's very understandable. It's linked to the need to keep energy affordable and to continue regulating fuel and electricity prices and to keep them low for social purposes. So it's a real socially linked issue that I think many of us are grappling with at the domestic level. And here again, I think the Just Transition Work Programme, we could do more work to look at concrete recommendations on how we can tackle fossil fuel subsidies at the domestic level in a manner that is just and socially acceptable to all. Thank you.
Thank you, Switzerland, for those additional points coming through in the discussions yesterday. I have two more flags, and then I have IPO, and then I have India online. So I'll start with IPO. Thanks, you have the floor.
Thank you to the Secretariat. Also related to the topic of capacity building from IPO, we would just like to highlight something that we didn't hear in the readout, but with apologies if it's already there. But something that was highlighted is the need for a dedicated global mechanism for just transition, which would support also capacity building for indigenous peoples. This mechanism should embed the meaningful participation of indigenous peoples, support technical assistance, and capacity building grounded in human rights. The other important point, which we didn't get to make yesterday, but we also think is important, is the urgent need to establish, is the urgent need to establish a global traceability system to understand where minerals for the energy transition are being mined and where they're being used, so that we're able to understand throughout the supply chain where those environmental and social impacts are occurring and how we can together tackle them. Thank you.
Thank you, IPO. I now pass to India, who is virtual. The floor is yours, India.
Report back, I do understand it was comprehensive and supposed to also capture some points. Just one thing that we would like to underline is that the role of public finance is not just in crowding in private finance or de-risking private finance. We heard in our breakout room definitely, and we also heard it being said in the report back, and we think that this is an important point to highlight, that that public finance plays an independent role as well. Private finance flows do not necessarily go where the social needs are, and especially in the context of just transitions, the role of private finance independently, not just in terms of its connection to public finance, must be understood and highlighted. We just wanted to make this minor point, and thank you very much.
Thanks, India, for those additional points. And now I have the African group. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. Let me also take this opportunity to thank the facilitators for giving us a comprehensive report back of what happened yesterday. I'm taking this floor to add our voice to reflect on key points that need to be heard here. I didn't have them very clear. One of the issues that was pointed out yesterday, especially from the voices of most of the developing countries, is the need for scaled up and predictable grant-based climate financing. This needs to come up very clearly, and also the issue of the importance of critical minerals, especially in the technological advancement and the need for beneficiation in the supply chain. And also the key issue that was pointed out is the issue of blended finance should not replace the public finance, and this should be in accordance with the principle and the convention of provision of support from the developing countries. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And I have two more flags. I have Ingo and then the UK. So first I'll call Ingo. Thank you, you have the floor.
Good morning, facilitators. Thank you for the opportunity to present some of our issues. Thank you for the feedback. I think we're most pleased on the issues raised, our questions and our worries when it comes to that questions. and also the importance of public finance. We also support the importance of reiterating the debt issues that are currently being faced in the Global South, and this should be captured within the notes that have been taken. In terms of speaking specifically to what we think was not mentioned based on the conversations that ENGO was part of yesterday, first of all, the ENGO community has raised significant concerns around carbon markets and pricing in terms of the impact it has on communities at the lowest level. We do understand that for governments and some parties, this might be seen as a possible and interesting alternative model, but we worry that sacrifice zones will be created through the displacement of a lot of communities based and in the name of carbon markets and pricing, and we hope that can also be captured. We also spoke quite adamantly around technologies, specifically energy efficiency models. We feel like this was not captured strongly enough when it comes to that issue. And lastly, we'd like to acknowledge the statement from Burkina Faso around the importance of micro enterprises and more generally the importance of widening our scope of alternative finance models and operational systems beyond public and private financing. We believe micro enterprises are important, cooperatives are important, social enterprises are important, and once we embark on understanding different players that are involved in the just transition on the ground as we speak, we believe it will lead to a more strong outcome for this session. Thank you.
Thank you, and now I have the United Kingdom. You have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, facilitators, for reporting back. So we know there are challenges and issues to overcome, and we remain fully committed to discussions with all parties on tackling both unique and shared challenges faced, and this work programme is a key part of that. As we've previously emphasised, the value that the Just Transition Work Programme can add is hearing the specific challenges, barriers and opportunities that countries face that need more emphasis relating to just transitions, and where there are gaps that can be addressed through a range of policy actions and support. And it's important to consider synergies here of what we are doing in this work programme with wider discussions on finance and means of implementation. Being frank, it's difficult to see what the Just Transition Work Programme should achieve when very, very broad and wider issues relating to finance are raised that are not specific to just transitions. And there are existing initiatives and both kind of public and private through MDBs, bilateral, that we and others raised that are providing support that are out there relating to just transitions, and we did hear a range of those raised in rooms, but didn't hear that mentioned in the reporting back, so just wanted to emphasize that. And we also know that more can be done on integrating just transitions in public and private finance. And we acknowledge the comments from Ghana here on the GST, including paragraph 28, and we do welcome further discussions on initiatives and tackling challenges relating to substantive issues on just energy transitions that help achieve our collective goals. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And now I have UNCTAD. You have the floor.
Thank you. I think there's been many comments that I would have liked to made already covered, so I won't go over that territory, but I would like to highlight one issue that I think has came up that I think needs framing in a macroeconomic context. Financing needs to be understood not just in terms of affordability, but also in terms of macroeconomic balances. When we look at investment trends, price and the cheapness of a technology does not actually indicate increased investment. It's the profit return that indicates investment. Therefore, as long as fossil fuels remain highly profitable, we will continue to see high flows going into fossil fuels. So it doesn't matter necessarily how much cheaper technologies become, that profit investment nexus is the driving force. And I think that we see this in global investment flows. Last year, for example, we saw a huge reversal from some reductions in investment flows into fossil fuels, where 22%, the 65 biggest banks in the world increased their fossil fuel financing by 22%, amounting to around about $869 billion. The top 10 of those banks were driven by US institutions, but it included Japanese, Canadian, and British institutions too. So I think this is really important to understand this financing question. And then I think also from a just transition perspective, thinking only about the cheapness of imports is not a sustainable just transition strategy. Developing countries in particular need to think about their industrialization pathways, their diversification, their job creation, the enhancement of their institutional capabilities. And therefore, becoming the recipients of cheap imports is not a sustainable just transition approach. And I think understanding financing in this more macroeconomic way will really help us get to the challenges with financing just transitions. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Antag, for those additional insights, drawing from the discussions yesterday. I don't have any more flags at the moment in the room that I can see, unless I'm missing any, and I don't see any online. So if we're all finished, then we can draw this session to an end. Okay, well then thank you very much for those additional observations, and that's certainly very valuable in terms of supplementing the excellent report backs we had from our facilitators on the sessions yesterday, and we'll be sure obviously to capture all that in terms of the reflections on yesterday. So before we close this session and move to our originally scheduled Day 2 schedule, I did want to give the opportunity, as promised yesterday, to provide some additional space now for those that would like to on a speaker list that we had yesterday, because there was one particular session yesterday, and it was the in our morning that went into afternoon segment around that we were in the plenary, which was on the socio-economic risks and opportunities associated with energy transition pathways. There was a particularly long list remaining in that session, and I know there was a desire by some of the speakers on the list to make sure there was an opportunity to have those heard while we're here at the dialogue. And so I'm going to provide that opportunity now to have those interventions. We have the speaker list here, so I'll read that out. If not everyone on the list wants to provide them now, you can always free to submit them as well, as we indicated yesterday, to the website, the jtwp@un.ccc.int address, but want to give the opportunity now. So just to read out the speaker list from that session, we had Kenya, Russian Federation, United Kingdom, Arab Group, ILAC, Burkina Faso, LDCs, United Arab Emirates, Women and Gender Constituency, Pakistan, African Group, ENGO, European Union. So I want to give and South Africa, I think maybe was on the list at the last minute as well. So I'm not going to open it up. This isn't a session to open up the floor for additional interventions, but to the extent that those speakers, we ran out of time significantly in that session compared to the other sessions. So I want to give that opportunity now. So I'll take it in the order that we had from there. So first we had Kenya, if you'd like to provide your intervention now. I do stress we are under time pressure, as you know. I would like to finish this opportunity by past. so by 10:30. So if it's possible to do an abridged version of interventions, if they're long, that'd be appreciated, but providing that space now. So Kenya, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I just wanted to yesterday respond to the questions which were on the screen and that were shared with us, and the concerns around those questions being prescriptive to national level conversations, and missing the opportunity for us to look at equity and fairness at the global level. And those are the points that we wanted to raise and reaffirm what G77 and the Africa Group said around the importance of energy access, and the opportunities that come with the transition around creation of jobs. I think I also agree with the point by Antad around the global level opportunities that come with the transition around green industrialization, and that's something that Africa has been pushing for through an initiative that we developed as Africa-led, and we feel supporting those kinds of initiatives, I think, would be a good opportunity to take the opportunities that come with the transition forward. We also wanted to emphasize the importance of developed countries taking lead and moving faster and taking leadership around the transition, and that creates and the concern that globally we are experiencing with the double standards, with the push that we are making here for the transition, and the fact that in the outside world we're seeing a lot of other counter policies that are being taken by some developed countries. So wanted to emphasize that. At the national level, the transition is an important case for the transition and the opportunities that come with it from Kenya's side. But I think it's good to look at the broad spectrum and the risks that also come with it, and the importance of therefore having this conversation to ensure the justice in the transition. And that's why I think I also mentioned that point in the finance conversation yesterday, that it's important to develop international principles and framework that really guide justice and the importance of fairness in the transition at the global level. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks very much, thanks very much, Kenya. I now have Russian Federation. Thank you.
Thank you for giving me the floor, but at the moment we have not asked for a statement. Maybe I can come back soon. Thank you.
And next on my list, I had United Kingdom. And please, I'm reading the list out. If anyone that no longer wants to make the intervention, I'm not saying this is the United Kingdom generally, then feel free to decline the opportunity, but want to provide that. But now I have United Kingdom, who I'm sure does want to provide their intervention.
Thank you very much, Chair. We didn't have a chance to speak in two of the sessions yesterday morning, so I was keen to have that opportunity today, so thank you for providing that. So starting with the session on socioeconomic opportunities and risks, achieving a just energy transition, including net zero, clearly requires wide-reaching transformations of our economies and societies. And this process offers incredible opportunities for jobs and growth for all countries that must also be leveraged to benefit all parts of our societies and workforces. According to IEA analysis, more than 67 million people were employed in the energy industry worldwide in 2023, 4% more than in 2022, with most of that growth coming from clean energy industries. So this labour opportunity is not just the future, it's the present. And the ILO guidelines also identify a range of opportunities from the global transition, including net gains in employment, improvements in job quality and incomes, social inclusion and energy access, as well as a range of challenges that can include economic restructuring, adapting to climate impacts, and impacts on households. Speaking to the UK experience, we are committed to delivering our Clean Power 2030 mission and have already made significant progress in transitioning away from fossil fuels. We've already phased out coal, the first major economy to do so, achieving that last year. And regarding skills, the IMF have found that the average green-intensive job earns about 7% more than the average pollution-intensive job. So in the UK, we're helping UK oil and gas workers access opportunities in clean energy jobs by supporting, for example, the launch of the industry-led Energy Skills Passport, which was launched earlier this year in collaboration with industry and the Scottish Government. With this, oil and gas workers will be able to access the Skills Passport online, which will initially help them identify routes into several roles, for example, in offshore wind, in construction or maintenance, to give a few examples. And this is also a program that we're working with industry partners and the Scottish Government and others to consider how we expand this in the future to kind of grow in scale and ambition. We also weren't able to speak on the energy security session, so I'll briefly comment on that. Renewable energy is our nationally chosen route to energy security because it's the only way to safeguard our economic interests and social prosperity and meet our international obligations. The UK has been hit hard by our exposure to unstable international fossil fuel markets. UK businesses and households have felt the worst of this impact, particularly the most vulnerable. The volatility of international fossil fuel markets poses huge energy and economic security risks for every country, not just the UK. And we have this, as I mentioned, exciting vision of energy security and abundance from cheap, homegrown, low-carbon power built around our 2030 Clean Power mission. Finally, I just also wanted to respond briefly to some of the comments made by others yesterday. My colleague, I believe from India, mentioned that any phase down or transition compensation needs to include energy access and clean cooking. And we wholeheartedly agree, and we've been having that conversation here. This is the heart of the Just Transition Work Programme, recognizing the destination, which fundamentally means transitioning away from fossil fuels towards clean energy to keep 1.5 within reach, and that this journey needs to be fair, with energy access clearly a key part of this. And we remain committed and open discussions to tackling these challenges and maximizing these opportunities for all. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And now I have on my list the Arab group. The floor is yours. Okay, thank you. Helping with my time management. So next I have ILAC. You have the floor.
Thank you so much, facilitator, for giving us the floor. In regard to the first question, ILAC underscores that nationally defined just energy transition pathways must be tailored to the differentiated realities of sectors, workers, and territories. Strategies that combine labor reconversion, informal industry with progressive formalization and support for informal workers are key to ensuring that opportunities are maximized and equally distributed. A just transition is not only about changing energy systems, but also about reshaping labor markets and productive structures in line with climate goals. At the same time, the role of the private sector is indispensable. Large companies can contribute to financing reskilling programs and creating new jobs in renewable energy and reindustrialization, while micro, small, and medium enterprises are key drivers of territorial diversification and workforce formalization. Harnessing innovation, local knowledge, and bioeconomy value chains can open up new opportunities for sustainable businesses that generate jobs and strengthen resilience at the local level. About the second question, we recognize social protection systems as cornerstone of this transformation. To address the socioeconomic risk of transition, protection frameworks must integrate health, labor, and income security while securing sustainable sources of financing. Workers and communities affected by mine closures or the reconversion of carbon-intensive industries must be guaranteed continuity of income, healthcare, and social resilience. Mental health, and psychosocial well-being must also be addressed, ensuring that transition strengthens, not weaken, the social fabric. In respect to this third question, ILAC emphasizes the need to maximize health and environmental co-benefits. Designing just energy transition pathways in this way requires integrating policies that reduce emissions and improve public health, while ensuring that benefits are equitably distributed. Several ILAC countries are part of the Climate and Clean Air Coalition, whose reports show that emission reduction policies can significantly decrease morbidity and mortality, providing immediate and tangible benefits. Equity must be at the center of these pathways. Territorial and differential approaches are essential to include indigenous people, Afro-descendant communities, rural populations, women, youth, and informal workers as active partners. Community-based solutions such as circular economy services, clean cooking solutions, and community renewable energy can turn transition processes into opportunities for local economic empowerment while respecting cultural and ecological context. About the fourth question, we recognize that despite the crucial resources that critical minerals provide to the energy transition, these activities may generate local impacts such as habitat fragmentation, deforestation, water pollution, and land use changes, which have consequent effects in climate change and affect the right of indigenous people and local communities to a healthy environment. Therefore, a just transition approach could offer unique opportunities toward fairness and equity in the mining industry. This approach could foster sustainability, biodiversity conservation, gender equality, and the respect for human rights, labor rights, and the rights and ancestral knowledge of indigenous people along the entire mineral value chain, contributing to the development of local economies, good practices, and air market within the framework of mineral-dependent sector transition. In my national capacity as Colombia, I would like to add that Colombia has underscored in international forums the need to ensure the traceability and sustainability of global critical mineral supply chains, assuring that mining benefits are distributed fairly, protecting ecosystems through the designation of no-go areas, and ensuring that communities play an active role in decision-making. Colombia supports transparent and responsible value chains governed by ESG standards from extraction to recycling that guarantee fair benefits for producing communities, protect ecosystem, and avoid human rights violations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, ILAC. I'm just looking at the remaining list that I have here. I still have 9 or 10 to go. We were planning to finish by 10:30. So again, thank you for all the interventions, very useful. Just mindful of time, if everyone can keep them as tight as possible, that'd be great. But obviously I want to give you the opportunity to say what you would like to. So next I have United Arab Emirates. Thank you. Thank you very much. That's appreciated. And now, Women and Gender Constituency, you have the floor. If you would like to speak.
Hello, thank you for the floor, facilitator.
Online, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. In returning to our perspectives on the subject of social and economic considerations related to so-called critical minerals, we asked to first interrogate the term, critical for whom and benefiting whom. We fear that this race for extraction for minerals used in energy production is replicating extraction and exploitation of fossil fuels, done without regard for free, prior, and informed consent, driven by private corporations, gaining profits in the global north, and without attention to major human rights and labor violations for communities and peoples living near or on these mining sites. The exploitation of energy resources often takes place on indigenous, peasant, Afro-descendant, and small-scale producer and fisherfolk territories. These resources rarely adequately benefit local communities, providing only marginal benefits that do not compensate for the environmental and social impacts of occupation and dispossession. The territories of these communities are exploited, and the communities themselves are denied access to the enjoyment of the energy produced. Additionally, women residing and working in extraction areas are more exposed to toxic pollution, suffer from reduced access to clean resources, and often endure heightened levels of harassment and violence, demonstrating yet again that environmental injustice is inseparable from gender inequality. Because of the dominance of this idea that climate action requires more mining, land defenders opposing extractive mining are framed as opposing climate action, and mining companies in global north countries claim a social license to ramp up mining and frame themselves as planetary saviors. However, recent research that examined a list of 33 minerals defined as critical showed that 1 in 5 of these minerals do not play any role in the IEA's green pathway. Another 15 of the 33, almost half, would require only a small proportion of current production levels by 2040, which means that their so-called criticality is not driven by green energy goals. Rather, many of these minerals play a crucial role in military, aerospace, security and defense purposes, enriching private weapons and military contractors and companies, rather than advancing energy as a human right. We cannot allow the military sector to be given priority access to minerals under the guise of a green energy transition. This would be a devastating failure for social, economic, and climate justice, health, human rights, and other considerations invited by the questions in this section, and just fueling war and violence. A just energy transition pathway that does not guarantee social protections for all people, but particularly most impacted peoples, including those in communities impacted by mining, will only further entrench inequality and human rights abuses. Communities who are currently home to energy-related infrastructure that is harmful to them, fossil fuel projects, critical minerals mining, processing plants, need to be prioritized first in consulting what their energy needs are, how to address and resource them, and ensure co-benefits of the infrastructure around them. Additionally, in terms of providing social protections, informal and care workers must not be forgotten. This work is the invisibilized backbone of any economy, clean energy or otherwise. And these workers, who are disproportionately women, cannot be left behind in the protection of all workers in just transition pathways. In sum, we must reject a framing of just transition pathways that only centers the needs of industrialized nations and their transitions, not the needs of the people living in extraction zones, often indigenous, rural, and marginalized communities in the global south. We cannot have an energy transition for the benefit of some at the detriment of many. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And next I have Pakistan. Pakistan, you have the floor if you'd like to take the opportunity. Online.
Thank you, Chair. I hope I am audible to everyone.
Yes, we can hear you. Thank you, Pakistan.
Thank you. We take this opportunity to briefly share our perspective in line with the statements made yesterday by G77 in China, LMDCs, and the Arab group. For countries like Pakistan, just transitions are inseparable from poverty eradication, energy security, and employment. Developed countries must take the lead and provide scaled, predictable support in finance, technology, and capacity building so that developing countries can address energy poverty while safeguarding development priorities. Structural realities in developing countries differ, with large informal sectors and reliance on energy and allied industries for employment. Social protection systems must remain nationally determined and aligned with growth and poverty eradication, not externally imposed agendas. On critical minerals, policies must ensure fair value, respect national sovereignty, and prevent exploitation under the clean energy banner. We believe that Just Transition Work Program will only succeed if it places equity, CBDR, and RC and the right to development at its core. Thank you.
Thank you, Pakistan. And next I have African group. Okay, thank you. And then I'll move to Ingo, who is next on my list.
Good morning once again. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak to some issues we had for yesterday, and we'll just quickly run through them. Firstly, around the issues around national defined just energy transition pathways. We acknowledge the importance of understanding the rural-urban divide. Energy access challenges in the rural areas require a different pathway and a different types of investment, and primarily we believe the focus should be on support for grid infrastructure. Deployment of grid infrastructure that supports renewable energy-based energy systems will lead to the adoption of clean cooking, which is sustainable, providing the opportunity for communities to access long-term renewable sources. More importantly, and linked to this conversation, is that the phase-out is critical for jobs in the new global economy. Employment opportunities in the fossil fuel sector are estimated to shrink by 75% by 2050 if the world meets its Paris Agreement commitment to keep warming under 2 degrees. So we need to support workers to be prepared for the jobs of the future, rather than leave them to deal with the shrinking opportunities on their own. Linked to this, again reminding parties around the issue of energy inefficiency and efficiency. Fossil fuels are also unreliable, as research has shown that only 37% efficiency comes from fossil fuel-based energy systems. Most of the energy is wasted as heat. So enabling renewable rollout has a multitude of benefits for the global and local just transition processes. Linked to the conversations around socio-economic risks and opportunities associated with energy transition pathways, we believe that the JTWP can contribute to advancing an equity and justice-based approach to transition minerals by recognizing at COP30 the value of this conversation and its role in the just transition. This can be done in 2 primary ways. First of all, endorsing the United Nations Secretary General panel on transition minerals roadmap is extremely important. A lot of what has been discussed in this meeting was stated in this report, and we believe it's a good starting platform to actually have conversations around transition minerals. More importantly, and I think it's important to provide examples, and Africa has been a leader on this. The Africa Green Mineral Strategy is something that could also be looked at to show the way we can balance issues around extraction, but also value beneficiation. And lastly, and in support of what was stated by the Women and Gender Coalition, the care economy is a central axis towards the just transition, including a systematic, institutional, and domestic recognition, reorganization, and redistribution of the labor that enables social provisioning and reproduction, primarily undertaken by women. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingo. And just to give a check in terms of time, so we've hit our 10:30 time slot, but I want to finish the list that we had. So just to recap where we're at, on the list from yesterday, European Union and South Africa. Yes, South Africa. I have had 2 additional requests, which I'm going to take, but then I'm closing the list after those. I've got St. Kitts and Nevis, their flag at the back, so I'll add you to the list to follow European Union and South Africa, and also Brazil, I understand, wants to come in as well. So with that, we'll close the list, those last 4. And so next, I'll take European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. So in answer to each of these questions, first on question 1, active support to quality employment as well as access to quality and inclusive education, training and lifelong learning for all is essential for ensuring that the workforce has the skill required to deliver on the energy transition. And indeed that in those efforts, business are crucial partners in the identification of new job profiles, skill sets, skill gaps. And therefore, we encourage cooperation between businesses, public authorities, employment services, education and training providers, as well as social partners, as we have already emphasized in previous dialogues. The social partners have a vital role to play in contributing to addressing those challenges through social dialogue. On question 2, social protection systems, including social inclusion policies, need to be reviewed and, where applicable, adapted in light of the green and energy transition, in particular to provide for income security and other essential services, including during job-to-job transition. Tax benefit systems and social protection systems should be examined against the specific specific needs stemming from the energy transition and against the imperative that accompanying policies do not create barriers for the energy transition, such as introducing subsidies to fossil fuels consumptions, locking consumers to a specific technology, decreasing incentives for building renovations and thermal energy system substitutions or general energy efficiency measures, and including social protection in national climate policies and commitments such as NDCs can help secure financing and guide the design and implementation of policies towards a just energy transition. On question 3, increasing social and economic co-benefits of climate action and the energy transition is key, of course, to the just transition and to what we're doing here. IPCC highlights that the global economic and social benefits of limiting global warming to 1.5 exceeds the cost of mitigation action, and more rapid mitigation with emissions peaking earlier increases co-benefits and reduces feasibility risks and costs in the long term. For the EU and as a whole, it's 27 member states, the benefits of ramping up and accelerating climate action by implementing a 1.5 aligned pathway significantly outweigh the cost by a factor ranging between 1.4 and 4 to 1, illustrating an unequivocal rationale for taking action. And the OECD has provided similar detailed global quantitative assessments of the consequences of climate change on economic growth through to 2060 and beyond, and the impact across all sectors and all regions. The largest negative consequences projected being found in the health and agriculture sector. So the social and economic cost of inaction far outweigh the cost of action globally. And for instance, many mitigation actions can have benefits for health through lower air pollution, active mobility, and shifts to sustainable healthy diets, thus decreasing healthcare expenditures. So addressing co-benefits requires actively including co-benefits in policy design and decision-making, particularly as part of NDCs. So it can also increase public support because public cares about these co-benefits and ultimately ensure a higher ambition. Finally, on question 4, we know that critical raw materials are key to net zero energy technologies and in achieving decarbonization targets set globally. And we therefore also need to ensure the implementation and development of international partnerships promoting supply chain diversification, transparency and traceability, sustainability and responsible sourcing, resource efficiency and circular economy, and last but not least, local value creation. So we should support collaborative approach to voluntary stockpiling, tackling market distortions, promoting free and fair trade, and above all, ensuring that socially and environmentally sustainable supply chains are in place to keep the world on path to a net zero future, guaranteeing the continuity of the supplies of critical minerals to protect decarbonization paths at global level. And in those aspects, the creation of decent work and quality job, adequate social protection for workers, also considering the informal economy are key across critical mineral supply chains. And in those, towards reaching those goals, the European Commission has inaugurated the Minerals Security Partnerships in April 2024, with just transition and local value addition at the center, as well as the clean trade and investment partnerships. And we'll share some more EU example on these different topics in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. And now I have South Africa. You have the floor. Thanks.
Is it on? Am I audible? Yes. Thank you, co-facilitators for giving me the opportunity to reflect, not only reflecting on the issues that were raised in the last session, but I'll take this opportunity to also refer to areas that I was not able to intervene on. And specifically on the question around energy security, I think it's important to reiterate that in the African context, or from our point of view, just energy transition pathways are not only about energy security, not only about strengthening it, but it's about building it in the first place. And access expansion lays the foundation for this. So in terms of future energy systems that must be designed, it's important that they are resilient for climate, but also for supply chains, for geopolitical risks, through diversification, distribution solutions, and ensuring that there is efficiency and regional integration. So in our instance, energy transition is not only about decarbonization, and as much as we can acknowledge that decarbonization of the energy sector remains at the center, but it's not only about decarbonization, it's about the impacts and the implications across all of the global economy. And this point needed to be emphasized. Another point that I would want to touch on is around the critical minerals issue, which has been raised also in previous sessions. And for us, critical minerals needs to contribute to just transitions in producer countries in a manner that will enable us to capture additional value. And this requires international cooperation. And the intervention in this regard is a supply-side intervention as well as a demand-side intervention. So also to echo the points that were raised by previous speakers, lifting the example of the African Green Minerals Strategy, this is a case in point or a critical example that we could flag around the critical minerals development being tied in with inclusive local growth through benefit sharing and industrial linkages. And this remains critical. But on the session around risk specifically, I think it's important to stress that not all risk can be turned into opportunities. And we need to acknowledge that in fossil fuel dependent economies specifically, workers, communities, local and indigenous people face the real risk of being left behind. And hard to abate sectors equally face steep challenges. And these residual risks must be directly addressed through an integrated approach, through social protection, energy diversification, and targeted international support. And at the same time, opportunities from a clean industrial, a clean energy and critical minerals will require targeted systematic interventions that can protect the value at risk while enabling new competitive industries. So in the case of South Africa, which is also a country that has coal-reliant communities, which face considerable risks, not only in job losses, in loss of livelihoods, as well as looking at the socio-economic impacts and the impacts on value and local economies that need to be considered in an integrated approach. And even with interventions like our JETPs, there is still a need for us to be sustainable in our approach. Similarly, in hard-to-abate sectors, including manufacturing, heavy transport, our cement industries, which are heavily reliant on fossil fuels for high energy processing, face significant challenges in adopting to alternative technologies. And there is a need to ensure that there is sustainability and competitiveness. Having said that, there is a need to also unlock transition economic opportunities and to harness where we see clear achievable wins. And this can be achieved through partnership and international cooperation that is prioritized intentionally with mutual benefit. Initiatives like the Clean Cooking Initiative that have been flagged has potential, ensuring affordable electrification, Energy efficiency and the distribution of renewables offers clear opportunities, but there is a need to implement deliverable steps that integrate health, gender, and productivity benefits while we are advancing the climate goals. So in summary, the points raised around risk, I think, are important. But in closing, I would want to highlight the need to capture value from new opportunities and the need to overcome systematic barriers, ensuring that we integrate economic diversification, fair decarbonization, and participation in global value chains. Social protection must be integrated into our just transition pathways to support, and support must be part and parcel of this. Just transition pathways should be designed in a manner that maximizes both health and environmental benefits, but also ensuring that the gains are equitably distributed across different sectors of society, women, youth, and vulnerable groups. And in closing, and importantly, the critical minerals development must deliver inclusive local growth, protect workers and communities, and support policies and international cooperation that enable beneficiation, value addition, and the true meaning of shared benefit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, South Africa. So we have two more on my list, and as I said, we closed the list after that. So I have St. Kitts and Nevis and then Brazil. So call on St. Kitts and Nevis, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chairs, for this opportunity. I must admit that my island was so small that I didn't think that I needed to take up this space, but I saw Grenada present and I saw Trinidad present, and representation is such an important thing. You see, for small island developing states, the promise of just transition must be matched by real equitable support, financial, technical, and yet we continue to face a persistent challenge, geographic invisibility. Many partners in this room may not know where St. Kitts and Nevis is located, and that lack of recognition translates into underrepresentation in global financing mechanisms and policy dialogues. Just transition cannot be truly holistic if it overlooks the unique vulnerabilities and aspirations of small islands. We need tailored financing instruments that reflect our scale and urgency, simplified access to climate funds, and partnerships that go beyond symbolic inclusion. Support must be rooted in understanding our geography, our people, our development priorities. Only then can just transition be a shared journey, not a distant ideal. We are not asking for charity. We are asking for fairness, visibility, and the means to lead our resilient futures. So I had to pinpoint St. Kitts on a map constantly for my partners, and I just felt that we needed to bring our voice here today. So thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, St. Kitts and Nevis, and I'm sure everyone here has been very happy to hear your voice, important as it is. So thank you very much for the contribution. And finally, I pass the floor to Brazil. Thank you.
Good morning. As it is the first opportunity that Brazil takes the floor, I would like to thank the Secretariat and also the Ethiopian government for hosting this dialogue. And we would like to take this opportunity to highlight some topics which are of particular importance for Brazil, especially those related to energy access, affordability, and social protection systems. Brazilian, during G20 presidency, proposed a set of principles for just and inclusive energy transition that can help inform with, of course, needed adaptations, the discussions under the Just Transition Work Program. And we would like to emphasize some of them here. Firstly, the need to end energy poverty. Brazil understands that just transitions processes are directly related to promoting sustainable development and eradicating poverty, as well as to strengthen climate adaptation and resiliency. And in Brazil, we have some particular policies that tackle, especially energy access. We have a program called Luz para Todos, Light for All, that aims to universalize access to electricity in rural and remote areas, which have benefited millions of people, especially in the Amazon region. But also a principle of social protection, where we need to strengthen the access to appropriate social protection systems for all as part of just and inclusive energy transitions, in order to support workers and communities, with particular consideration to poor and those in vulnerable situations. In Brazil, we have also some policy in this regard. I note, for example, a social electricity tariff that provides for free electricity for low-income households in Brazil, which are financed by high-income consumers. And the Brazilian government are setting up a new program to provide for clean cooking, providing with liquefied natural gas for low-income households. Thirdly, the social dialogue and stakeholder participation is of essence. Brazil emphasized that just transition approaches and initiatives must be inclusive, participatory, and based on social dialogue, especially with the vulnerable groups that I mentioned before. Nationally, Brazil is working to include just transition considerations under the new Plano Clima, which is the plan that will guide our Brazilian climate policies and is being built with broad social dialogue and participation, and for the need to respect rights, promote, consider obligations on human rights, rights of indigenous people, local communities, people of African descent, people with disability, as well as labor rights in the planning and implementation of energy transition policy and projects. We are really satisfied that some of these principles are, in essence, reflected in the informal note that was produced in the SB62, and encourage parties and observers to continue to work, do this good work in Belém. And finally, lastly, besides this principle that we see highlighted, we'd like to emphasize that as efficient, as inclusive as we craft our national energy policy, international cooperation remains essential to promote just transitions, especially in the forms of means of implementation, as highlighted by some interventions here, and we understand is the spirit of the Paris Agreement. Only combining national action with global solidarity, we can eradicate energy poverty, create decent jobs, and deliver a transition that truly leaves no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brazil, and thanks for closing out our extra space for this session. I think that was very important to have and give all of you that have spoken the chance to supplement what we had in our discussions yesterday. So thank you very much. Just in line with my commitment to keep you up to date on our time tracking as we go through the day, just want to give you a sense of where we're at. We've gone a little bit over the time we had allocated for that time, for that space, but we're going to go straight now into the scene setting presentations for the breakout session, as in your concept note, till about 11:10. Then we'll have a coffee break for 15 minutes, and then we'll go straight from the coffee break into the breakout sessions. And then we're going to go, because the coffee break is significantly later, we're going to go then straight into report back and close in plenary with the aim of finishing by 2:30. And that way we can continue the run. So it's a final push through quite a lot of additional work, but I think if we can try to do that rather than going beyond that time, that'd be appreciated. So let's do our best to track to that time, and we'll, in line with that, move straight now to the next segment, which is the scene setting presentations. As we move into our breakout discussions on the area of fostering just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions, enabling conditions and environments at the global and national level. So we have 3 scene-setting presentations on each of our 3 topics, and they're going to help contextualise the topics with some examples that are aimed at helping us all to start thinking through the opportunities under each of the 3 areas under the discussion this morning. Following the scene-setting presentations, actually before we go to the coffee break, I'll just go into the explanation of the breakout sessions again, just to recap on what we did similar to yesterday, and then, as I say, have the coffee break, and we'll move directly into the breakout rooms from the coffee break. So without any further ado, I'd like to move to the presentations themselves. To begin with, on behalf of the UNFCCC Secretariat, I'm going to do the first one, and then I'll pass to my other presenters for the sensitive presentations. So maybe Katie and Jane, before we start, maybe you'd like to come to the podium now, and then we can all do it sequentially. And I'll introduce our other two presenters once I've done mine. So we could have the presentation for the first scene setting, that'd be great. Oh. Just excuse us for one moment just while we work out the technical issue. Okay, thank you. I'm just going to change the order slightly, given a technical issue with my presentation. So I'm going to first pass now the floor to Katie Swan-Nelson, who you've already heard from this morning from the floor, from the United Nations Trade and Development, UNCTAD, to provide a scene-setting presentation on the role of trade and international cooperation in supporting just energy transition pathways outside the UNFCCC process. Thanks very much, Katie, for being here, and I pass the floor over to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Damon. I'm just going to make sure that I know how the presentation works. Oh, fantastic. Okay, I'll go back. Oh, I pressed the button. Could we go back to the presentation? Okay. We've lost the first slide, that's fine. So, hi everybody. It's great to be with you here today in Addis Ababa, and thank you to our wonderfully warm hosts, Ethiopia, and thank you also to the UNFCCC for inviting me to give this scene-setting presentation today on the role of trade and international cooperation in supporting just energy transition pathways. Before I begin, I want to appreciate that while it's worthwhile to have focused conversations on energy transition pathways, I'll interpret this a bit more holistically, since energy underpins all sectors in an economy, and conversely, international cooperation is relevant beyond energy when it comes to just transitions. UNCTAD's work and role in the UN system is to focus on supporting developing countries to access the benefits of a globalised economy more fairly and effectively, including examining and dealing with potential drawbacks of greater economic integration. We serve as the UN's focal point for issues related to globalisation, trade, investment, finance, technology and development, and it'll be from this lens that I speak today. Since this is a scene-setting presentation, I want to begin by bringing some context to this conversation, identifying the challenges to international cooperation for just transitions, whether local, national, regional or global. So the first thing to highlight is vast inequality. It's impossible to think about cooperation without considering the very different positions of different countries, whether regarding their energy mix and access, their labour market dimensions, land use, agriculture, biodiversity considerations, natural endowments, whether of fossil fuels, renewable potential and transition minerals, technology access, and their own political economies and social challenges. These differences complicate cooperation and coordination for just transitions, as many countries have to try and deliver climate ambition at the same time as achieving structural transformation and tackling persistent social and development challenges. It's also worth mentioning the high inequality at the domestic level, as this can be a source of instability and generate distributional tensions which impact on public support for international cooperation and development assistance. Which relates to the next challenge, which is contested multilateralism. We're seeing cuts to overseas assistance, decline in trust, and multilateral institutions and processes in question, which signals a real challenge to ensuring sustained cooperation for just transitions. Another challenge to highlight is new policy trends. Different measures, such as climate-related trade measures, can generate negative spillover effects that disproportionately impact developing countries relative to the size of their economies, and therefore their ability to deliver just transitions. Such impacts can pose considerable challenges to already vulnerable economies who depend on export income and who may not have the domestic capacities to transform production processes with speed and scale. As a result, vulnerable communities may bear the cost of adjustment, even if there are other national efforts to make meaningful contributions to climate goals. Another relevant trend is large-scale subsidy-driven industrial policies in developed economies. While a very positive signal of a more ambitious approach to emissions reductions, there is a risk that it will widen the gap between developed and developing countries without additional supportive measures, since developing countries cannot match those subsidies in that approach, but can at the same time be disincentivised from using other industrial policy levers. To this point, our recent report on trade and energy at UNCTAD finds that developing countries are going back to traditional trade patterns, acting as net exporters of raw materials for solar and wind energy value chains, while being unable to take part in the intermediate and final production stages of manufactured goods that could support just transition goals. Finally, I want to mention emerging geopolitical tensions that threaten to eclipse just transition priorities. Whether in the form of economic or territorial conflicts, we're seeing significant resources that could have been put to use towards just transition efforts being redirected. But there are urgent challenges to just transitions that cannot be overcome without cooperation. So in this presentation, I'm just going to focus and highlight 4. The first one is financing. As I don't need to tell this room, there is a huge financing gap not being met by climate finance or multilateral options. Existing paradigms that expect private finance to fill the gap are not shifting the needle, and in fact can end up prioritising investors' profits over the delivery of accessible public goods. What financing is available remains expensive. We discussed yesterday about the affordability of renewables, but as I mentioned in my earlier intervention, that's not translating into rollout, partly because profits determine investment patterns, not price, signalling the really important central role of public finance and leadership in driving transitions. The next thing to mention is financial instability and boom-bust cycles, which make it extremely difficult for developing countries to be able to deliver managed, planned transitions when extraterritorial decisions can have such huge repercussions on their economic outlooks. COVID, macroeconomic tightening trends, conflict, tariff instability, These have all led to extreme fluctuations in financial in and outflows for developing countries, resulting in fiscal crises which can spiral out of control and little that developing countries can do to stem the flow. The graph here that you can see is the humongous outflows from developing countries during the pandemic. I believe in the first 3 months there was $100 billion that left their economies. So these boom-bust cycles make it extremely difficult to plan a transition. The next challenge to mention is debt distress. 3.4 billion people live in countries that spend more just on the interest on their debt than on their health and education budgets. Sadly, international responses can often lock countries into cycles of high emitting dependency. For example, the example of Chad, an LDC, they had a debt workout through the Common Framework, which in fact incentivizes them to maximize the exploitation of their fossil fuel reserves, instead of providing the technology and fiscal and policy space they would need to leapfrog to a low emissions economy in a sustainable and just way. Finally, policy chill. Ambitious transition planning is hampered by frameworks which disincentivize the industrial policy tools that are crucial for speeding up transitions in a just way. This can come in the form of certain WTO rules or investment agreements, which have in the past been used to discipline states who may be attempting to deploy such tools as local content requirements, procurement, or nationalisation to achieve both lowered emissions and industrialisation. Regarding ISDS, Investor State Dispute Settlement Mechanisms, a recent study from the Global Development Policy Centre at Boston University found that legal claims from oil and gas investors in response to government action to limit fossil fuels could reach up to $340 billion. So what could a more enabling global environment for just transition look like? I highlight 6 enabling conditions that could really move the needle on just transition implementation. The first one, unsurprisingly, is scaled up sources of affordable, adequate financing. Developing countries lack adequate and suitable financial resources, cannot pursue expansionary monetary policy without jeopardising the stability of their exchange rate, face balance of payment constraints, and are subject to the whims of international capital movements. In this unstable environment, increased grant and concessional climate financing is fundamental alongside a retrofitted global economic governance that can tackle prolonged structural challenges such as debt distress and regressive conditionalities. In line with the principle of CBDRC, faster emissions cuts in those countries that can is also a supportive measure for developing countries, and in particular LDCs, who are likely to need to increase their emissions in the coming years as they achieve climate resilient development, eradicating poverty, achieving 100% energy access, upgrading their infrastructure, strengthening job creation and social protection systems, and establishing low emissions industrialisation pathways. Expansionary fiscal and monetary policies are also an enabling condition. Accelerated transitions cannot be accomplished without an expansionary economic strategy. It implies a large investment effort of both public and private sectors at the global level. This depends on revising austerity frameworks and macroeconomic tightening, including in the international financial architecture, which plays an outsized role in the economic outlook of developing countries. A fourth condition is proactive green technology sharing. Developing countries have vast renewable potential but are unable to realise it as long as they are constrained by lack of affordable access to green technologies, forcing them to continue using carbon-intensive technologies for much longer than is sustainable and leaving them with potential stranded assets in the process. Green technology transfer to developing countries through a deliberate process of removing IP barriers, intellectual property barriers, and sharing knowledge and capacity building can be the lever that they need to leapfrog and avoid prolonging higher emissions pathways. This can also benefit regional and national level innovation for the development of new technologies that are truly suitable for the context. A fifth condition is expanded policy space. International frameworks and policy norms need to respond to the urgency of addressing climate change and the asymmetries that structure the contemporary global economy by providing expanded policy space for ambitious, climate-resilient industrial policy, diversification strategies, and developmental planning in developing countries. Withdrawing from ISDS mechanisms which have proven to block climate progress could be of benefit to all parties, And legal tools such as waivers and peace clauses at the WTO could be explored to address policy chill and provide developing countries with an expanded toolkit for just transition policy measures. Finally, new cooperation mechanisms. Though they may be nationally determined, just transitions are not isolated. It's a cliche, but it's worth repeating that we live in one world, on one planet, and so transitions are unavoidably interdependent. This implies the need for new cooperation and coordination mechanisms that can overcome distributional challenges, navigate transition-related tensions, and identify opportunities for collaboration, peer-to-peer learning, and mutual benefit. These can be multilateral, but regional and supranational approaches of coalitions of the willing can also be transformative. This more facilitative, cooperative, and enabling approach is fundamental if we want to avoid a scenario in the coming years of tit-for-tat protectionism, mercantilism, and zero-sum approaches. To finish, I want to repeat the core message, which is that more cooperation is the fastest, deepest, cheapest, and fairest transition pathway for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie, and thanks for all the insights in your presentation and all the very valuable perspectives. I'm going to now pass to our next scene-setting presentation. So I'd like to introduce Jane Cohen from the International Energy Agency, who's going to provide a scene-setting presentation on sharing experiences on policy frameworks for just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions that leave no one behind, in line with our third topic for our breakout sessions today. Jane, great to have you here. The floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Damon, and let me thank UNFCCC and also Ethiopia for hosting us. Let me just make sure my presentation is ready.
Could we please have the presentation on the screen?
That's okay. Well, while we're waiting, I wasn't here yesterday, but it was really interesting to hear the readouts and to hear all the comments that folks were making. And I will just say, on a personal note, we're talking about very personal issues, and these forums can be very impersonal. I work at the International Energy Agency now, but before that I was a domestic energy policymaker, and before that I worked for Human Rights Watch. And so I come at these issues from really different perspectives over the years, and it's been really interesting kind of hearing those different perspectives reflected in this discussion today, and they're hard issues. Okay, here we go. So as I said, I work for the IEA, and the IEA is an intergovernmental organization, and it was created in 1974 after the first oil shock. And most people, think of the IEA as it really is, as an agency that does a lot of forecasting, that does a lot of modeling. We've heard already today a few different citations from IEA reports, which is always very gratifying to hear. And the original mandate of the IEA was to help ensure reliable energy supplies, to promote energy efficiency, and to encourage technological research and innovation. And all that is very much still the core mandate. But over the last few years, there's been this increasing recognition that energy policy and clean energy policies are really about people, and they're about making people's lives better. And so we have to be much more intentional about linking policy design, energy policy design, to these kind of central objectives of improving people's lives. And so in the last few years, we've created a program that I lead called the People-Centered Clean Energy Transitions Team. And why are we doing this? Well, as we've already heard from many people today, there are just huge disparities in energy access. Really, that should say energy access and not energy use. And I don't want to belabor the point because I think people here are really well aware of this, but many millions of people live outside the energy economy. And as we think about energy policy and clean energy policies, really ensuring much more equitable access to energy has to be a key part of that. And I think we've heard that loud and clear today. And just an example, another way that kind of energy touches our lives, and just transition in particular, is in employment. So we've talked a little bit today about needing to prepare the kind of the future workforce for clean energy jobs, but there's also folks who are working in fossil jobs now, and we see around the world that there's just not a lot of coverage for workers who are going to be seeing a job loss. And there's many, many other issues, of course, in kind of people-centered clean energy transitions. We've heard from some colleagues from indigenous communities today. We've talked about gender. As my colleague here said, energy really underpins all of society. And so really thinking about how we can make sure that our energy policies are responding to people's needs is really key. And I want to make this point because even though it's obvious in some way that policy design is at the core and really intentional policy design, what we find is that often policymakers, and again, I was one myself, so I can speak from personal experience, policymakers aren't always thinking about all of the different ways that policy design impacts people. And this is just an example of what we would see as a retrofit grant if it wasn't targeted to the people who need it the most, so to the lowest income deciles, and this is an example from France. And what we see is when we have an untargeted grant, the people with the highest incomes, so likely the people who need that grant the least, are able to capture the most of it. And yet, when it's targeted, when policymakers really put at the very center of their policymaking the objective of having lower income deciles be able to access, what we see is that's the result. So again, it almost sounds obvious to say, but we're very focused on kind of bringing more intentionality in terms of benefits and co-benefits to energy policymaking. And so we're doing this through a few mechanisms. We have a global commission on people-centered clean energy transitions, which I'll talk about in a minute. We work very closely with labor and labor unions around the world through our Clean Energy Labor Council. And we have a gender advisory council where we really look at the way that energy policies impact genders in different ways. And we do a lot of analysis. Again, that's really what we're known for. But we also run a lot of technical workshops, and we're very focused on fair distribution, affordability, and access of not just energy, but also the benefits of energy. We're looking very closely at employment and skills, and also social inclusion and participation. And so I just want to touch quickly on our global commission. So this commission that IEA is the secretariat, it's co-chaired by Teresa Ribera, who's the Vice President for Just and Competitive Transitions at the European Commission, and also the Minister of Mines and Energy in Brazil. And we have a lot of ministers from really different countries, and then we have a strong representation from constituents sort of around the world. So we have indigenous communities, we have the ILO as part of it, we have business, we have youth representatives, we have groups that are really focused on gender, and we're working within this commission to think about, again, these issues of energy policy making and how we can share these best practices around how energy policy making and, again, intentional policy making can really bring benefits to people around the world. And right now we're working under the G20 voluntary principles for just and inclusive energy transitions. So I'm sure everybody here was following last year's Brazil G20 presidency and these 10 voluntary principles that were endorsed by the G20 leaders. And you know, these 10 principles, especially in today's world, it's really remarkable to think that just a year ago that we found kind of collective agreement around these 10 principles. And so what our Global Commission has done is we've really worked within these 10 principles to give examples of how this framework is already being implemented around the world. So many different countries, and not just countries, but many different jurisdictions, many regions, cities are already really following these different principles, not necessarily within a given framework, but to follow kind of these different pieces, understanding that these are really the key to having a just and inclusive energy transition. So we have released, the Global Commission has released what we call our Blueprint for Action, which is going through each of these principles and giving a lot of case studies on what those policy pieces have been to have really positive sort of positive outcomes from these different 10 principles. And I really would recommend that you take a look at them. They give a lot of really good on-the-ground examples. We're also always looking for more. So if you have examples, please do share. But we all know that, you know, giving examples is not enough, and it's all about implementation and tracking. And I think that's kind of where the world is moving now, where probably all of us in this room want to move now. So our next kind of piece of this that we're doing is what we call our indicators handbook. So we're looking at each of these 10 principles. We're looking again at different examples of how they're actually being implemented and tracked. So, you know, what are kind of key indicators that are used to track these different outcomes? And, you know, how can we really understand whether or not these policies are having the outcomes that we think they are? And to put this together, we've held 7 different regional workshops. I know several people here have participated in them to really try to get a very kind of wide stakeholder aperture on, you know, how should we be thinking about kind of implementing and tracking these principles. And so this indicators handbook, which we're releasing along with at the G20 ministerial in October. But it looks at kind of all of these principles and all of these different ways to track the implementation. And so just to give an example, you know, indicators can be, you know, looking at, so this is the first principle, which is energy planning for just and inclusive energy transitions. I think a few people here have talked about just the need to have really strong policy coordination and policy cohesion, which all of us understand to be a big challenge. But how can we kind of, how can we really evaluate that? And so just some examples of different kinds of indicators, and then what are the different evaluation methodologies that we can look at. So again, I think this is going to be a really useful document for folks to look at and to kind of try to come to some kind of non-prescriptive, but sort of collective sense of, you know, these are different ways that that principles can be tracked. And something that's really nice about this framework is that it is very contextualizable. I think we've heard this again and again today, that one of the most important things is to make sure that different countries, different regions are able to kind of have their own contextualized frameworks. And I think a challenge is, how do you have a collective framework that still has enough So, as I said, we've released our blueprint in June. We're releasing the indicators handbook at the G20 ministerial meeting, and then we're looking forward to continuing to work with the Just Transition Work Program and the COP Action Agenda in November.
Thank you so much, Jane, and thanks for all the valuable analysis and all the work that the IA is doing, and for sharing that with everyone here today. I think that's both your presentation and Katie's has set a really good foundation for the breakout discussions. So now we'll go back to my presentation, which, if they could come up on the screen now. Okay, just to frame the first topic, identifying concrete and actionable outcomes for the Just Transition Work Programme in the context of our topic here, including through synergies within and outside the UNFCCC. I've missed a C there, like that. So I just wanted to spend five minutes on this to frame this, and this is very much based on what's in the submissions from parties and non-party stakeholders that have been submitted in the context of this fourth dialogue. So it's taken directly from that, and those might remember at the third dialogue back in Panama, did a similar exercise when we're looking at actionable outcomes and solutions, extracting information from submissions. It's not supposed to be exhaustive or comprehensive in any way, just to set the scene in line with our presentations here for all the richer discussions that you're going to bring to the breakout rooms. So just in terms of within the UNFCCC, the sort of areas that are coming through in submissions are around linkages and synergies with other work programs, work with constituted bodies and the opportunities there in terms of just transition being considered and integrated mechanisms and funds under the UNFCCC process. Other thematic areas and the linkages that we all know exist between those. Different plans, reports, strategies being developed through different mandates and processes under the UNFCCC, under the Convention and the Paris Agreement. Outside the UNFCCC, linkages and synergies with international organisations. We've heard about that already in a couple of contexts this morning. Global and regional initiatives, partnerships, processes, of which there are many, and many cited in submissions, principles, goals and guidelines, as well as other developments such as international law developments coming through. So just a very brief snapshot of some of those things. So in the submissions coming through in the context of within the UNFCCC process, things such as you can see on the screen there, an example of a work program where it's in the context of this topic being referenced, the technology mechanism. We've had discussions in the breakout discussions yesterday in relation to that, the linkages through to the KCI, the Katowice Committee of Experts in the context of response measures. There's been a lot of discussion under the work program already in relation to the NDCs and NAPs and LT-LEDs. Standing Committee on Finance has come through as well as reference to some of the specific areas of climate funds in the context of including loss and damage in the context of the fund for responding to loss and damage. Obviously, there are many others. That's just a representative sample. Then in terms of initiatives, partnerships and processes, again, just a snapshot of the sort of things that are coming through in submissions for this dialogue, which many of you have already talked to in more detail, and I'm sure will continue in the next sessions. I won't list through them all there, but you can see them there. They range from partnerships to initiatives from the Secretary-General, work from the IEA, as we've just heard, in terms of the Global Commission arena, other initiatives and partnerships, alliances contributing to activity in this space, as well as importantly regional. Obviously I've only just picked two that have been mentioned in submissions. There are many others in submissions as well as others out there in the different regions of the world. Just a couple of examples there, an African example and one from the Asia Pacific that were in party and non-party submissions. So just as examples in the context of the synergy discussions to follow. And then also outside the UNFCCC in terms of linkages, goals, principles and guidelines. We've already had a couple of examples shown in the previous presentations, the G20 principles, for example, and a couple of other, there's been reference to the ILO guidelines and a couple of others there that have been mentioned again in submissions. And finally, there was also reference to some of the international legal developments in the context of the recent advisory opinions and the relationship that that has to the broader climate space, but also in the context of just transition pathways, and obviously relevant across all sectors and the whole of economy, whole of society context, but just there as a reference point, given that was referred to. And then in terms of the concrete and actionable outcomes, I'm not going to go into any detail on that in this presentation. That's for you in the breakout sessions to explore further and build on the discussions that have happened in the various fora where this has been coming up in the context of these issues, both in the negotiations and outside, in the context of the synergies in relation to existing work streams and existing synergies that exist inside and outside, and the opportunities that are presented in relation to that, as well as the calls and submissions around forms of dedicated institutional arrangements in that context. We know that's been discussed in the context of the negotiations as well, but it's been coming through in the dialogues. So just to put that as a very generic statement for you to elaborate in more detail in the breakout groups. So with that, that's the end of our scene setting presentations. I know we're a bit beyond my outline of timing, but just to, before we go to the coffee break, just to quickly recap what the process is for the breakout groups. And we'll just get some details on the screen, but these 3 topics will cover the aspects we've seen reflected in many inputs from parties already, as I said, in the dialogues and the high-level ministerial roundtables, and in the negotiations and in the context of this dialogue as well. And so the topics, as per the concept note in relation to the concrete and actionable outcomes, the role of trade and international cooperation, and the sharing experience on policy frameworks. So the topics 1, 2, and 3 that you can see there on the screen. And in terms of the logistical aspects of that, it's the same process to yesterday. All 3 groups will run in parallel to give everyone the opportunity to discuss each of the topics in smaller groups, and similar to yesterday, to allow inclusivity and engage participation in the way that you want to do that. You can choose your preferred breakout room, and again, just ask for trying to strike a balance there. Yesterday, there was a temptation to stay in this room, and the group in here was much larger than the other 2 rooms, so if I could really encourage everyone to distribute themselves across the other 2 rooms evenly so that we don't have uneven numbers, because it makes it very difficult to then hear everyone's interventions and inputs, because if we have a very large room, we run out of time and there are frustrations there. So if we spread ourselves evenly, we can get through more interventions across the 3 rooms. So as with yesterday, stay in your room that you select through the 3 rotations, and the facilitators will bring the topic that they're allocated to the new room as you go. And they'll keep time and inform participants about the movement across to the next breakout room. After the last round, we'll conclude and then come back to plenary, and then do our final report back and reflections. We'll keep track of things and inform on any updates depending on any time adjustments, but that's the plan for the moment. And then we'll have, after that, our concluding plenary session, which is a very short concluding plenary, where we have a couple of final closing remarks from our SBI chair. Julia, thanks for coming back this morning to be with, to listen to the report backs and listen to the further discussions and the scene setting presentations. It's great to have you here again for day 2. And then we have our incoming COP30 presidency providing closing remarks in the plenary as well, which I'll introduce later. So with that, please enjoy a short coffee break. I emphasise the word short. If everyone can keep it, please, to 10 minutes. Otherwise, we're going to have the Secretariat staff rounding you up more aggressively than yesterday. Because it all means your lunch is going to be very much later. And I know we're extending our ability to give you a very late lunch. So we'll try to accommodate that. So enjoy the coffee break, and we look forward to seeing you on the breakout rooms. Thank you very much.
That's okay.
How you feeling? But I don't know. For several
Hey, how are you?
questions. My suggestion is to take both of them at the same time and address both of them together in your interventions. Just because this meeting room serves as plenary as well, I would like to encourage you to spread out as much as possible across the other rooms, because I'm hearing from colleagues that are starting in meeting room 5 and meeting room 6 that those rooms are a bit emptier than this one. So just for those who might want to consider to join one of the other 2 rooms before we start. But that said, we are ready to start, and I would like to open the floor now. While you settle in, I will just read again the 2 guiding questions. So what could be some concrete and actionable outcomes for the JTWP in the context of just energy transitions, just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions, and how can the JTWP best capitalize on synergies within and outside the UNFCCC in this context, including through its dialogues. Again, the floor is now open, so it always takes a bit of courage to be the first one to break the ice, especially after a short coffee break. But the floor is open also to colleagues online if they would like to go on first. I recognize LMDCs. LMDCs, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Hope everybody had a good coffee break. Very short intervention to this, to these 2 questions. I think UNFCCC must be the anchor institution for the Just Transition Work Program. And second, developing countries have submitted proposals for institutional arrangements at SB 62. The LMDC specifically had proposed a Just Transitions Technical Assistance Network. The functions of the network, as we had proposed, included, among other things, facilitating access to technical assistance, coordinating capacity building initiatives, linking developing countries with sources of finance, technology, and capacity building, and monitoring and assessing gaps in just transition support. If we really want the JTWP to make a difference to help achieve climate objectives, let's agree to establish institutional arrangements for the Just Transition Work Program. This is our proposal for a concrete next step and should be a strong message from the dialogue. The creation of the establishment of institutional mechanisms in Belém. Thank you.
Thank you, LMDCs. Next, I recognize the Philippines. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Secretariat, for giving the Philippines the floor. So to respond with the first questions, for the first question, colleagues, reiterating our intervention at SB 62, the Philippines views that the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Program may facilitate the universal access to clean, reliable, and affordable and sustainable energy for all. This includes scale-up deployment of renewable energy and access to clean cooking, and that such efforts may promote energy security and present significant socioeconomic opportunities associated with transitioning away from fossil fuels in a just, orderly, and equitable manner, while acknowledging that pathways to energy transition will vary by country to country in accordance with our own national circumstances. Looking forward to COP30, this dialogue may provide tangible outcomes towards a meaningful JTWP negotiations in Belém. The dialogue may provide concrete, tangible outcomes on how parties view a holistic just transition that prioritizes just energy transition as a pathway for both global decarbonization and sustainable economic development. This includes countries' good practices, benchmark cases, and challenges in achieving a just energy transition. For the second question, the JTWP may collaborate with the bodies of the UNFCCC to enhance existing modalities for implementing the Just Transition Work Program. Furthermore, the JTWP, as a cross-cutting in nature, may serve to provide advice to other UNFCCC bodies on how just transition can be mainstream in their work, especially on climate finance, capacity building, and technology transfer. We echo the intervention made by our LMDC colleague a while ago that the only way to move forward is to implement a Just Transition Work Program and its modalities at this coming COP. While outside the UNFCCC, the JTWP may continue its existing coordination with other bodies such as the International Labour Organization in terms of providing just transition pathways. The Philippines is ready to engage in as we link just transition matters both in the UNFCCC and ILO platforms. Recently, the Philippines expressed our interest to join the advisory board of the key intervention on a just transition under the Global Coalition for Social Justice in the ILO. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. Next on my list, I have Bhutan. Bhutan, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair, and the Secretariat for giving opportunity to Bhutan to share its perspective. Bhutan presents a unique case in the discourse on the energy transition. As one of the very few carbon negative countries in the world, Bhutan sequesters more carbon from the atmosphere than it emits through its economic activities. We are further committed to remain carbon neutral for all times to come, a profound responsibility not only to the present generation, but generations to come. Nearly 100% of the Bhutan's electricity is met through the renewable energy sources, primarily through the run-of-the-river hydropower, complemented by solar and other clean energy. Moreover, we export surplus clean energy in certain seasons, thereby displacing the need for fossil fuel-based power generation in the region in South Asia. In pursuit of a sustainable energy future, Bhutan has already endorsed National Energy Policy in 2025 and Renewable Energy Roadmap. These forward-looking frameworks aim to expand our clean energy portfolio, targeting an additional 15,000 megawatt from hydropower and 5,000 megawatt from solar. Further, challenges persist in Bhutan. Despite our renewable energy dominance, Bhutan faces growing difficulties in ensuring affordable, reliable, and sufficient energy, particularly during the winter season. With the rapid socio-economic development, energy demand has multiplied and is projected to grow further. At the same time, the impacts of climate change are profoundly affecting our Himalayan ecosystem. The glacier retreat, our primary source of fresh water, is already straining water availability for drinking, irrigation, and hydropower. Erratic monsoon patterns, coupled with looming threat of glacier lake outburst floods, add further uncertainty and risk in the Himalayan region. For Bhutan, challenge is not only about achieving just transition, it is about preserving the carbon neutral status for all times to come, while continuing to meet our electricity needs entirely through renewable energy sources. To succeed and to achieve concrete and actionable outcomes, we propose for small countries like Bhutan, which are landlocked, require equitable access to affordable finance, proactive and efficient transfer of clean technologies, capacity building, and well-functioning carbon markets. This must be made available in accordance with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities in recognition of varying national circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhutan. Next on my list, I have Switzerland. Switzerland, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. So we see the Just Transition Work Program as a really helpful space to ensure that climate policies are rooted in just transition. In Switzerland, we have a system of direct democracy, so every single climate policy has to go through parliamentary approval, but also is subject to citizen approval through the possibility of having voluntary referendums. And so we know the importance of making sure that climate policies are really supported by the population, and therefore just transition is really at the heart of climate policies that we need to define. We heard in the previous presentation that policymakers aren't always aware of the different ways that policy design can influence people, and therefore we believe that the Just Transition Work Programme could do more to provide recommendations and inputs that policymakers can directly use at the domestic level. So one of the outcomes that we think could be really helpful coming from the Just Transition Work Programme could be a toolbox of recommendations on how to root climate policies in just transition. And that could include energy transition policies, but of course also beyond energy transition. So we all need to look at best practices and recommendations that are practical coming from the Just Transition Work Programme. All of us, and I've heard this throughout the last 2 days, are grappling with very practical questions when it comes to energy transition at the domestic level, namely, how do you remove fossil fuel subsidies in a way that is socially just, that benefits from public support, that doesn't lead to mass demonstration, that is really supported by population? How can you raise the price of a carbon levy without burdening poorer social households? How can we support the workforce affected by the transition away from fossil fuels? How can we reskill so that they can benefit from economic opportunities? On energy access, we also heard a number of really important questions, such as how can we make sure that the shift to renewables does not affect energy access for the most vulnerable. So the discussions have shown that we're grappling with very concrete challenges, and we think that having a toolbox of recommendations could be put in place of course in a facilitative spirit, recognizing that there's no one-size-fits all and that we need to tailor solutions to our different circumstances. But that, in our view, could be a helpful output. Since the Just Transition Work Programme is still quite early and we're still trying to define among ourselves what just transition means and how it operates, we would suggest focusing on the substance first and having a substantial decision here in Belém at the end of the year. And we tend to view the Just Transition Work Programme and the Mitigation Work Programme as very much two sides of the same coin. And since they're both up to review, at the end of next year, we would prefer to review them jointly before we look into institutional strengthening. That being said, we think we need a broader conversation of what kind of institutional arrangements are needed under the UNFCCC to better service our efforts with regards to emission reduction. So, for example, when it comes to helping countries formulate climate policies, we believe there's more we could do to make sure that we have the spaces to learn from each other and to benefit from technical assistance. So we are also supportive of looking into options to have more peer-to-peer opportunities among countries in the formulation of climate policies, and that includes also making sure that climate policies are rooted in just transition. Thank you.
Thank you. Switzerland, next on the list I have the Arab group. Arab group, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Cognizant of time, I'll just jump straight to the questions. We'd like to start by supporting the LMDC proposal that they had on the Just Transitions Technical Assistance Network. Such an arrangement is not optional. It is essential for the continued effectiveness of the UAE Just Transition Work Programme. And we're very concerned with what happened during the last sessions in Bonn, where developed countries consistently resisted even discussing the network. This refusal goes against the spirit of the constructive engagement and undermines the very purpose of the UAE Just Transition Work Programme, which is to support all parties by designing nationally determined just transition pathways. The Arab group stresses that the JTTAN must be established as an institutional arrangement under the UAE Just Transition Work Programme. Without such an arrangement, a network designed to support developing countries in achieving their own just transitions through capacity building, technology, assistance, and cooperation. And we're disappointed that strengthening this important work program is being opposed when the need for practical tools and institutional support has been highlighted by many developing countries. For us, the establishment of the network is a concrete, actionable outcome that would ensure that the Just Transition Work Program delivers beyond words, helping developing countries access the technical assistance and capacity building and cooperation that they need for their nationally driven just transitions. As for linkages and guidelines, we reiterate our rejection of all top-down, externally imposed energy source targeting and/or punitive guidelines that infringe on the nationally defined nature of just transitions. And if you allow me to speak also on behalf of my national capacity as Saudi Arabia, to clarify a part of a presentation that was presented in the icebreaker of this session, we're very concerned that a list of indicators that are independently done, not even peer-reviewed, claim to support the G20 and simultaneously say that the G20 agreed to its principles, makes it seem like the G20 endorsed such indicators, which led to the endorsement of the principles. So let me just clarify here that this report and its indicators were not endorsed by the G20, and we ask that for this understanding to be corrected. Thank you.
Thank you, our group, and your comment also in your national capacity is noted as Saudi Arabia. Next on my list, I have Ailak.
Thank you so much, facilitator, for giving me the floor. So we as ILAC, we drafted 4 outcomes for the Just Transition work program. The first is the development of a Just Transition institutional arrangement. So a concrete outcome could be the creation of a structured tool that would provide guidance, technical support, and knowledge exchange for countries implementing just energy transition pathways. It could include best practices, case studies, and methodologies for integrating gender, indigenous peoples, local communities, and labor concerns into national and subnational planning. The second is standardized technical and knowledge products. The JTWP could generate actionable products such as technical guidelines, impact assessment templates, and monitoring tools to systematically address the social, economic, and environmental dimension of transition projects. For example, methodologies could help assess how renewable energy projects, clean cooking initiatives, or community energy projects affect local employment, inclusion, and ecosystem protection. The third is inclusive multi-stakeholder engagement mechanisms. So another outcome could be the institutionalization of multi-actor councils and participatory planning processes. So this platform would ensure that women, youth, indigenous peoples, informal workers, and local communities actively contribute to transition planning and financial decisions. Tools and processes developed through the JTWP could guide the establishment of such councils at both national and subnational levels. The fourth is capacity building and peer-to-peer exchange program. So the JTWP could support structured learning initiatives, including programs adapted regionally or internationally. These programs would empower local actors with skills in renewable energy technologies, energy efficiency, and community-led projects, while sharing lessons across borders to replicate scalable and context-sensitive solutions. The fifth is enhanced planning and financing instruments. The JTWP could produce frameworks for integrating just transition objectives into national policies, fiscal incentives, and climate finance mechanisms. By linking technical guidance with financial tools, the JTWP would help countries implement just, orderly, and equitable energy transitions while safeguarding affected workers and communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Ailak. Next, I have the European Union. European Union, you have the floor.
Thank you. So we see the EU sees the Just Transition Work Programme as key to enable enhanced ambition to keep 1.5 within reach by putting the needs, challenges, and voices of people, workers, and communities most affected by this transition at the center. And we really want and hope to reach a substantial agreement on this work programme this year. As again, we see it as playing a key role for fostering climate ambition and implementation of policies. And we ended up SB 62 with an informal note, which is a sound basis for further deliberations in Belém. And the key messages included in the informal note shows the progress parties have made, even though several options are still included in there. And we appreciate that the informal note includes both high-level political messages on just transition, as well as key elements of the just transition coming out of the dialogue held under our work program. And on the one hand, the informal note highlights the goal or the what of the transition, which is to limit the global temperature increase to 1.5 degrees, and how it is inherently linked with pursuing just transition pathways. And on the other hand, it outlines, so as I said, key elements of just transition, which is the how of the transition, that provide concrete guidance to parties to include just transition into the transition policies and measures, and more broadly into the NDCs and also NAPs and LTLETs. And any other actionable / concrete outcome should be based on these key elements. For example, actions related to the fostering of decent work, respect, promoting and fulfilling international labor rights, human rights, and gender-based whole of economy approaches, measures strengthening and adapting social protection systems, leveraging social dialogue with all social partners, and then facilitating universal access to clean, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for all, including through the scaled-up deployment of renewable energy and access to clean cooking, and that such efforts may promote energy security and present significant socio-economic opportunities associated with transitioning away from fossil fuels. And these key elements should give more concrete directions to parties and non-party stakeholders on a voluntary, non-prescriptive basis to implement their climate policies, plans, strategies, and actions towards climate neutral, resilient societies in a just and inclusive manner. And we need to make sure that this work program will not create a new structure duplicating already existing structures or existing work. We have heard in the different icebreakers presentations that there are multiple initiatives on just transition, and we consider as EU that analyzing and providing a synthesis of the work undertaking on just transition within and outside of the UNFCCC, identifying the potential remaining gaps and corresponding feasibility of the just transition work program to cater to these gaps could provide us with fertile grounds for our discussions, also keeping in mind that institutions outside of the UNFCCC might be in a better position to accelerate implementation on the ground, which is ultimately what we all are looking for. So we will continue to engage actively in this space given for this discussion, as we are eager also to understand the ideas of other stakeholders and parties better as we do today. And regarding the second question, I've said there are many existing initiatives, and there is really an opportunity for this Just Transition work program to foster more dynamic exchanges and collaboration with these these initiatives, as well as between national experts on just transition. And so again, we should really build on existing work at national and international level to avoid duplication. We see a lot of related to just energy transition. We need to recognize the contribution from the mitigation work program, International Labour Organization, G20 just transition related work streams and principles, IES on a Global Commission and People-Centered Clean Energy Transition arena framework, World Bank Just Transition for All initiatives, NDC partnerships, UNDP Climate Promise. And there are really many other initiatives that we could list it and that we can share in writing. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Next on my list, I have the Russian Federation. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, for giving me the floor. The Russian Federation welcomes the format of JTVP dialogues as a space for discussion and exchange of national experiences and best practices. At the same time, the outcomes of a dialogue should not be prescriptive and should not form the basis for new binding targets. We are concerned with attempts to introduce prescriptive paragraphs on fossil fuels into the section with outcomes of past dialogues in the draft decision from the SB 62, as well as in the selective approach to citing the GST outcomes. Moreover, we don't understand the selective process of dialogue outcomes for inclusion in the draft text of a decision. We don't understand how paragraph 11G was included in the section with the outcomes of a dialogue in the draft decision, considering that the dialogue on the topic of just energy transitions is taking place now, 2 months past. Also, we don't understand how the conclusions of the dialogues are chosen for reflection in the section with the outcomes of the dialogues. In the annual report of 2024 JTVP dialogues, in many cases, transitioning away from fossil fuels was mentioned in the context of challenges and barriers associated with this process. At the same time, the draft decision contains a paragraph 11G, which emphasizes only positive effects of expanding renewables for energy security, access to energy, and socio-economic development. This paragraph is completely inconsistent with the conclusions presented in the summary report. In comparison, issues related to unilateral measures were mentioned multiple times by many parties in the report, but this topic is not reflected in the conclusion section of dialogues, and there is only a placeholder in the main text of a decision, although many countries insisted on a more complete reflection of this issue in the draft text of the decision. We propose to focus not on the conclusions of past dialogues, but on developing a program for achieving actionable outcomes. We actively support the proposals of many parties to create institutional arrangements for the JTVP, for instance, by establishing a just transition mechanism or just transition technical assistance network. We believe that the text of the COP30 decision should focus on the establishment of such a mechanism, while the results of the dialogue will be compiled in an AO report, which will be taken into account in the text of the decision as a whole. We believe this is the most fruitful way to achieve actionable outcomes within the UAE JTVP. Thank you.
Thank you, Russian Federation. Next on my list, I have the UK. United Kingdom, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, facilitator. We've heard some really good substantive discussions at this dialogue, in this discussion, and we'll continue to listen and to consider all proposals. As the EU has just said, our informal note from SB 62 is a good start to set us up for COP. And the concrete and substantive messages that are clear on both the destination and the goal of the transition, including keeping 1.5 within reach, which involves transitioning away from fossil fuels and towards clean energy, and the process of how we get there, whether that's tackling challenges, supporting skills development, social protection, and the many other issues, opportunities and challenges raised. And we also agree with Switzerland that we're in the early stages of this work program developing fundamentally, and there is a need to ensure we focus on a really substantive decision at COP and build from that into future years as well. And we also know it's critical here that we send clear signals to industry on the direction of travel and giving our citizens confidence that we are taking their concerns, their welfare, their rights seriously through this process. And we recognize that signals and messaging doesn't automatically result in all of the action that is needed at the pace that is needed. And that's why national and collective ambition is so important fundamentally. And that's where the Just Transition Work Programme plays a key role in supporting delivery of our shared goals. And others have highlighted the links with NDCs, NAPs, and LT-LEDs. And this year, parties are coming forward with their NDCs, representing the highest possible ambition, and this will be followed by implementation in the years to come. And the Just Transition Work Programme can support that implementation, whether that's by providing guidance on the actions that can be most impactful, that reduces emissions while supporting workers and communities. And as we've mentioned in previous sessions, we know there are challenges to implementation, and that these challenges are felt most acutely by the most vulnerable. And colleagues have raised ways in which the implementation of parties' just transitions and their actions can be strengthened through the Just Transition Work Programme, and we are always willing to listen to proposals and will continue to do so. And let me respond to a comment made by a colleague. We have always been open to discussions and listening to the perspectives of our partners. Central to our approach has always been respectfully listening, and we've made that very clear in every dialogue. And we've had discussions on new arrangements, both in Panama and Bonn, and starting to do that again here today. And our views are well known, so I won't repeat those in details. But to briefly say, we've raised a range of questions previously, which we do feel remain fundamentally unanswered. So what is the function and value add of proposals that is distinct from the initiatives that already exist inside and outside the UNFCCC? For example, on technical assistance initiatives that already exist, and why is something new needed over strengthening the initiatives and institutions that we do have so that they integrate Just Transition more effectively? Because Just Transition doesn't exist in a silo on its own. And how would these proposals, in the context of this discussion here today, how would they help deliver just energy transitions? And we recognize more should be done, that integrating genuine just transition issues in capacity building, for example, is a process that needs to accelerate. So let's use those institutions that we do have, that do have the expertise, and strengthen them. So the key actions we can take are to continue to maximize our national ambition towards our collectively agreed destination, and to share experiences on the journey and integrate these effectively through the initiatives and institutions that have that expertise. And I'll reiterate once again, we welcome discussions on the issues here in the build-up to COP, on parties' views and priorities, and we'll always be open to those discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Next on my list, I have South Africa. South Africa, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Oh, I don't want to tamper with this. Yeah. Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think I'll begin by highlighting that the evidence has shown that implementing just energy transition is challenging, and addressing the international and domestic barriers and challenges require and intentional policies and measures, as well as international cooperation and support. And while we can appreciate the dialogues that we are having, the value in the dialogue, and the key messages coming out of the dialogue acting as a signal, we can also appreciate that the current modalities we have are not enough, and we are not going to provide adequate guidance and capacity to not only the international cooperation ecosystem to effectively integrate equity into energy-related climate action, and this translates within the UNFCCC and beyond. So as such, more guidance and support is needed. And in the context of these challenges, the JTWP there is a value proposition to explore what sort of institutional arrangements are needed to facilitate these just energy transition solutions, to advance a whole of society and all of economy just transition pathways. And these initiatives should focus on the function and the features as opposed to the potential form. And I think we have spent a lot of time fixating on what form these institutions could take without necessarily interrogating the question around the function that it would serve and the features that it would take on. So these should be balanced. And there is a need to balance the need to create these spaces and these structures that are able to commensurate what would be important to truly operationalize this work program. It would be important to also, yes, respect existing structures, as many has mentioned, within the UNFCCC in a manner that avoids duplication, but recognize that the current resource constraints could pose a potential challenge. But as such, it is important to understand what the purpose is. The function would be a facilitative one that ensures alignment, one that ensures guidance and support, and to simply mandating that equity or just transition considerations would be considered is just merely an oversight on our part, and a value proposition for this work program would be to intentionally think about asking these questions. And if we are not able to give clarity on what sort of guidance and support is required to integrate just transition in our work, the pace and scale needed to meet the Paris goals will not be met. So in summary, I think it's important to realize that the need has been recognized. The current modalities are not adequate to facilitate what is required to integrate equity into climate action. As much as, yes, many have mentioned that the goal is to keep 1.5 alive, but it's important to contextualize that it's 1.5 within the context of meeting our sustainable development objectives and eradicating poverty. But also the point of this work program is reducing inequalities within and between countries. So in establishing an arrangement, it would be in an effort to guide, to coordinate, to support what these energy solutions are across the UNFCCC, how different entities or bodies can embed just transition functions into their existing work without it being duplicative. So it's important for this work program to act as an honest broker that will be able to curate the sort of necessary knowledge that's required to facilitate the sort of partnerships that we need, and also providing options and space for technical assistance and technical support, as other countries have mentioned, that make just transition projects and programs more fundable and more findable. So in capitalizing on the synergies within and beyond, and mapping what sort of complementarities are there across different platforms, it's important that we align the role of our framing around a whole of society and all of economy framing in a manner that leverages some of the linkages that we can create in facilitating concrete actions and achieving the achievable wins. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. Next on my list, I have the Dominican Republic. Dominican Republic, you have the floor.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. From the perspective of the Dominican Republic, the Just Transition Work Program can deliver tangible outcomes by focusing on three main areas. First, the development of context-specific roadmaps, such as for just energy transition. Second, establishing mechanisms for knowledge exchange and capacity building. And third, strengthening access to climate finance for just transition actions. Now I'm going to elaborate on them. On the first one, for countries like ours, this will include guidelines on integrated renewable energy deployment with social protection measures for workers, the promotion of decentralized systems such as solar mini-grids in coastal and vulnerable communities. This will increase both resilience and its access. On the second point, We see strong value in regional cooperations and exchanges where we can share lessons learned on innovative financing, resilient infrastructure, and community participation models. This will ensure the best practices are not only shared but adapted to local realities. And on the third, an actionable outcome could be to link the Just Transition Work Program more directly with specific financial mechanisms so that countries implementing just transition elements in their NDCs in key priority sectors such as in energy generation and distribution, sustainable mobility, clean cooking, accordingly, of course, to each country priority or need. So they could access predictable and simplified support for renewable energy, like as an example, workforce retraining, and more equity response policies. In terms of the synergies, the Just Transition Work Program could build on existing UMCCC process, and I think it was already mentioned by other parties, such as capacity building, transparency, and adaptation planning to ensure coherence and avoid duplication. It could also foster collaboration with relevant regional and international entities to maximize knowledge sharing, financing opportunities, and technical cooperation. This considering the specific needs and circumstances of the small island development states. Outside the UMCCC, synergies with initiatives such as the International Renewable Energy Agency, ARENA, the Global Renewable Alliances, and regional development banks could provide technical and financial leverage. Also, partnership with private sector and civil society will also be key to ensure inclusive participation and local ownership. The Dominican Republic believes that the Just Transition Work Program should deliver practical tools, this was also mentioned by other parties, facilitating financing and strengthening cooperation so that just energy transition pathways truly leave no one behind. Thank you.
Thank you, Dominican Republic. Now, colleagues, I have more than 10 speakers in the current speakers list, and we need to finish in 2 minutes as the other 2 rooms are either closing or have already closed. So I will now go to India, who is next on my list online, and after that we will have to close with the caveat that those that were not given the opportunity to speak now will be given priority in the reflections on the report back section. Again, apologies, but unfortunately this is the price to pay for being in the biggest room. So now over to India. India, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, and I hope I'm audible. I just wanted to respond to a few things that we heard in the room. The intervention by me and by review on behalf of the LDC. The establishment of some institutional arrangement, I think, is very important. Knowing what some of these issues that for the last 2 days have been raising with arrangements such as networks that will allow us to learn each other, provide technical assistance if it is needed, understand more about the challenges, they develop some kind of shared understanding that we need to develop on just transitions. We can, in fact, get substantive decisions more easily if we have a better understanding of where we come from. We have had many different starting points in these discussions between the developing countries, much more on climate, for example, on climate change and energy, for example, inclusion, on how we discuss regulations. But at come together on a very good decision despite widely different viewpoints. And that will have many good discussions we all consider as a so we have plans that can
very much, India. And as previously said, colleagues, we really apologize to the very many speakers that are still on the list, but we have simply run out of time. So now the next topic will come here. So topic 2 will be in this room now in a minute, as soon as the facilitator arrives. But again, we have taken note of your requests for the floor, and you will be prioritized in the reflections on the report back. Thank you all very much for the very engaged discussion, and I will see you back here in plenary after the next 2 rounds. Thank you again.
And what could be the role of trade in supporting nationally determined just energy transition pathways? So number one on lessons learned. Number two, how can international cooperation and partnerships enhance and expand support for nationally determined just energy transition pathways? Over to the floor, please lift your flag if you would like to intervene, and if you're online, please raise your hand and we'll do our best to get to you. Thank you. I see LNDCs have a flag raised, please.
Thank you. I think time management is going to be an issue for this session particularly. Uh, I'll try my best to keep the intervention brief, but it's important to, I think, mention these points. So we've repeatedly raised that the need to call out unilateral trade measures, which are often disguised as climate policy, despite their negative impacts on developing countries. Such measures violate the principles of equity and CBDRRC enshrined in the Convention and its Paris Agreement and are against Article 3.5 of the Convention. At a time when multilateralism must be strengthened, such unilateral trade measures hinder international cooperation and force developing countries to bear burdens disproportionate to their responsibility, further impeding their development and poverty eradication efforts. We have heard some parties express their dislike of the term unilateral measures, despite it being clearly articulated in the Convention. We express our regret that the concept note 2 fails to refer to the term unilateral measures and has been framed in a manner that appeases the sensitivities of only some. The questions are in fact framed in a manner that does not allow space to address the violation of the Rio Principles and Article 3.5 of the Convention. Unilateral trade measures, disguised as climate measures, directly impinge on the nationally determined nature of the NDCs, thus undermining the Paris Agreement itself. They force developing countries that are seeking to industrialize, modernize, and diversify their economies to undertake climate measures in sectors identified by others. These may not be in the best interests of developing countries, nor be the most equitable or even cost-optimal options for them. At a time when the highest emitter has left the Paris Agreement, it is necessary to collectively resolve, strengthen, and implement the agreement in good faith, not seek to further undermine it. However, we see concessions being made for them in terms of flexibilities in the CBAM implementation, while developing countries are being punished. That's what developing countries see CBAM as. Unilateral trade measures are designed to put undue burdens on developing countries, penalize their industries, and impede their growth. This has both direct and indirect impacts on the people in developing countries, including on workers, women and children, local communities, among others. Such measures are therefore against the principles of just transition at the global and national levels. This is what the JTWP must address directly without obscuring such impacts behind platitudes. The introduction of unilateral measures, coupled with the lack of developed countries in providing grant-based and concessional form instruments as part of their responsibilities, creates new challenges to the developing world in developing and achieving their just transition pathways. We call on developed countries to provide public, grant-based financial support to developing countries, ensuring that just transitions may be implemented in line with the needs and priorities of developing countries. Unilateral measures are also a new form of illicit finance flows which create an unfair economic environment for developing countries. We must track all illicit finance flows in developed countries and shift such finance flows towards just transition in developing countries. In doing so, we would tackle illegal practices and allow for the enhanced implementation of just transitions. And finally, as highlighted yesterday by our colleagues in the Arab group, unilateral trade measures are widening the gap between the developed and developing, and the outcome of this dialogue must include a clear call on the developed countries to remediate the negative impacts of unilateral measures through grant-based financial support. Thank you.
Thank you, LMDCs. Moving to online, we have Yungo with a hand up. Please come in. Yungo, are you available to intervene? If not, we will move to Burundi.
Yes, Madam President. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam President. I'm second class PE of Children and Youth constituency of UNF. I echo with the room and all of my colleagues spoken about incentives and how the unilateral trade measures are also creating some kind of disproportionate balance in the world social disputes. But trade related policies really is distributional impacts more, but emphasizing the spillover effects from other measures such as boundary border taxes and adjustments can negatively impact vulnerable communities in developing countries. But in practice, these policies often not and countries least equipped to manage them, underdeveloped and governments. Studies estimated that CBAM would reduce effective export from the global south by 1.5 to 2.5% annually, creating an adjustment cost for economies struggling with energy access and transition finances. Second, corporations on clean energy supply chains has shown benefits. Joint initiatives on portals of manufacturing in India or Southeast Asia, technology partnerships with developing companies have lowered costs by more than 30% since 2015. So likewise, regional power pools in Africa, such as Southern African power pool, show renewable energy traded across borders, cutting generation cost 25% in developing countries, manage variabilities in wind and solar. So that's what we can learn from a lesson learned, which is across corporations in infrastructure and technology, which catalyze the national determined cost energy transition pathways as well. Thirdly, critical minerals trade highlighted both risk and opportunities. So over 60% of cobalt and 80% of platinum metals are sourced from Africa, yet value addition is often captured outside producers' countries. So due to global market concentrations or intellectual property restrictions, there are a lot of confusion that we can see. These reinforcements just need to be fair trade frameworks and global capacity building should be there so that the developing countries are not locked into extractive roles but instead become active participants in clean energy supply chain network. So when we emphasize onto this kind of situation, the spillover effects from climate measures are also in the form of certification requirements that the small producers in global south cannot afford and leading to exclusion from international markets, which creates unjustified discrimination and does not recognize the common but negotiated responsibilities, the CBD-RC Convention. And also exclude the 3.5 and 3.8, Article 3.5 and 3.8 of the conventions. Blue International Corporation is not just GDP votes or packaged corporate bonds perpetuate dependencies, debt and inequality, but for the unrest payments for energy and climate securities are deals. So just transition makes the most unified and global. So colleagues and Madam Facilitator, the lesson we must carry forward is that trade intervention can neither prevent or perform the just transition. Thank you.
Thank you, Yungo. Now we move to Burundi.
Thank you, Secretary. Thank you, Facilitator. To what extent do existing climate financing...
Just one moment. Apologies for interrupting you, but I think the mic might have an issue, just so that everyone can hear you okay.
Thank you. To what extent do existing climate financing mechanisms truly address the specific needs of low-emission countries like Burundi, which primarily seek to ensure equitable and sustainable access to clean energy rather than offset massive carbon emissions? Burundi finds itself in an unique position in the global debate on the energy transition and climate finance as one of the lowest greenhouse gas emitters in the world. Its priority needs are not to reduce its already very limited emissions, but rather to expand access to clean, affordable, and resilient energy for its population. However, most international climate financing mechanisms, whether the Green Climate Fund, the Adaptation Fund, or carbon markets, are often designed to address the challenge of high emission countries or to finance large-scale mitigation projects. This logic sometimes overlooks countries like Burundi, where the issues are more focused on energy equity and the fight against energy poverty, which still affect the majority of the population, particularly in rural areas. The question then becomes how to adapt existing financial frameworks so that they truly take into account local reality. For example, investing in solar mini-grids, improve cookstoves, or the development of biogas for domestic use could transform the life of Burundian households, while reducing pressure of forests and dependence on wood energy. But such community-based projects, often small scales, struggle to attract international climate finance because they do not always produce rapid and visible indicator of emission reduction. This observation therefore raises a central strategic question: how can the global climate finance system be redesigned to better balance mitigation and adaptation, recognize the value of local and inclusive projects, and ensure that countries like Burundi are not left behind in the global energy transition despite their commitment to low carbon and resilient development? And the two questions I have: how can Burundi diversify its energy mix beyond hydropower, given the growing risks brought by climate change? And what strategic regional or international alliances could accelerate this transition in an inclusive and sustainable manner? Currently, Burundi generates most of its electricity from hydropower, a source considered renewable and clean. However, this dependence poses serious challenges in a context of climate change, which alters rainfall patterns and exposes them to prolonged thaw or flash floods. This vulnerability not only weakened the country's energy security, but also threatened its economy and social development trajectory. Diversifying the energy mix therefore appears to be an essential strategic priority. Burundi's solar potential is a significant but largely underexploited, and the opportunities offered by biogas, sustainable biomass, and to a lesser extent wind power. However, the realization of this diversification depends heavily on the mobilization of appropriate financing and also on the ability to create strategic alliance with technical, financial, and institutional partners, both regional and international. Cooperation with neighboring countries in the East African community could, for example, pave the way for cross-border energy projects or the sharing of expertise in the establishment of rural solar mini-grid. Similarly, partnership with the international private sector could facilitate the introduction of new energy technologies in Burundi. The big question then is how Burundi can structure a national strategy that is not limited to one of projects, but is part of a long-term vision capable of attracting sustainable and inclusive financing. Such an approach should also ensure that local communities are fully involved and benefit directly from these projects, so that the energy transition is not just a global discourse, but a really experienced by Burundians in their daily lives. Thank you.
Thank you, Burundi. I now move to the IPO.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator, for the opportunity. I speak on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples Constituency. As we advance just energy transition pathways, it is critical to address the cross-border impacts of climate measures, especially those related to the extraction of minerals deemed critical for the energy transition, as well as the incentives for fossil fuel development, as noted during the presentation from the representative or UNCTAD. We must transition away from fossil fuel and eliminate subsidies, and these public funds must be redirected towards decentralized, indigenous-owned energy systems and clean cooking solutions that benefit those most impacted. Supply chains must uphold the rights of indigenous peoples at every step, from exploration, extraction, processing, and export. Free, prior, and informed consent must not be treated as mere procedural, but as a binding obligation and respect of our right to self-determination, especially in territories where indigenous peoples live in voluntary isolation and initial contact and who cannot provide FPIC. We call for mandatory clauses on indigenous peoples' rights and FPIC, and the right to self-determination to be inserted into all trade, climate, and partnership agreements. This must be backed by full traceability and zero tolerance for violence against indigenous human rights and environmental defenders. Accountability mechanisms must be effective and accessible to our communities. Trade should not incentivize raw extraction. Instead, it must discourage overexploitation of critical minerals by supporting strong regulatory frameworks for energy and mining companies, with mandatory safeguards tied to corporate behavior in indigenous territories. On the second question, international cooperation and partnerships must be rooted in rights, not just resources. We urge that multilateral development banks, export credit agencies, and private financial flows be fully aligned with UN DRIP, the precautionary principle, and protections for indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. FPIC must be a binding for all projects that impact our territories, ecosystems, or cultures, and indigenous peoples' full and effective participation should be part of the process. Economic and social governance standards must be mandatory and include corporate accountability, grievance mechanisms, and indigenous access to remedy. Voluntary measures are not enough. Climate justice and just transition require enforceable standards. International cooperation should also pool public and private finance to support indigenous-led renewable energy initiatives developed with our FPIC and rooted in our own community-based solutions for adaptation, mitigation, and resilience. These efforts must strengthen indigenous food systems, sustainable livelihoods, forest conservation, and biodiversity governance in line with our own knowledge system and values. We call for the resourcing of indigenous knowledge exchanges to share innovations and experiences in community-managed energy systems, benefit sharing agreements, and local governance. Indigenous peoples are already advancing just transition on the ground. What we need is the recognition, resourcing, and protection of our leadership in this process. A just transition is not possible without indigenous peoples. It must be co-created with us, not imposed on us. Trade and cooperation must not be tools of extraction and inclusion, but of solidarity, justice, and transformation. Thank you.
Thank you, IPO. So we have 8 more interventions to get through, and we've only had 4, and I believe we have 1 minute left. So this is frustrating for me too, because I would love to hear everything that all the interventions would be. But if I could encourage all the next speakers to try and keep their interventions to key main points, particularly those that have not already been mentioned. So next we have Saudi Arabia.
Thank you, Madam Co-Facilitator. And Saudi Arabia speaks on behalf of the Arab group. We're concerned with the framing of the questions that not only refuse to call the unilateral measures by its name, but also waters down its negative impacts and presents it in a way that is positive and legitimate as climate action policy, which threatens the very trust on which the process depends. Unilateral trade measures contradict with the convention and undermine the multilateral framework of the parties have built together. For the Arab group, these measures are not theoretical. They directly affect our economies, our trade, our exports, and our developmental efforts. They reduce physical space, penalize industries, and create instability for workers and communities. This is not compatible with the promise of just transitions. The introduction of unilateral trade measures at a time when developed countries are failing to deliver on their finance and technology transfer is deeply troubling. Instead of fulfilling their obligations, they shift burdens onto developing countries and restrict the very policy space needed for just transitions. Just transitions must be nationally determined, rooted in sovereignty, and guided by equity and CBDR-RC. They cannot be dictated through trade restrictions or external conditionalities that privilege some economies on the expense of others, especially when we see preferential treatment with those unilateral measures themselves to parties that are similar in developmental status. This dialogue must explicitly recognize the harm caused by unilateral measures and call for their removal. At the same time, it should call for positive measures, grant-based finance developed to developing debt relief, and technology transfer that actually support just transitions in developing countries rather than punishing them. We must maintain the strong credibility of the UAE Just Transition Work Program by addressing such inequalities directly. Anything less will widen divides rather than building cooperation. And if you allow me, I also have a few points in my national capacity as Saudi Arabia. Saudi Arabia has invested heavily in energy security through unifying its grid to ensure stable, secure, and affordable electricity is available to all. As part of that, we have developed a national framework that ensures that renewable claims are not duplicated to ensure the highest levels of integrity. Unfortunately, unilateral measures such as CBAM and its enforced rules on others is actively working to undermine our energy security by refusing to recognize our national framework that was built according to our national circumstances. CBAM refuses to recognize our national renewable energy certificate framework despite its high integrity and robust safeguards against double counting. By dictating what and what isn't acceptable, CBAM undermines our sovereign right to design energy systems that meet our own needs and circumstances. Saudi Arabia operates a unified grid to guarantee stability and energy security across the country. And CBAM effectively tells us that this sovereign design and this sovereign design choice is unacceptable because it does not fit their top-down design or how other parties' energy systems should look like. In practice, CBAM is pushing us to weaken our grid and our energy security just to comply with their unilateral trade rules. We are now being asked to force our industries to carry significant losses due to CBAM costs, just because CBAM refuses to recognize our renewable claims. This is a direct penalty on our industry, a direct penalty on our workers, a penalty on our community, and a penalty on our economy, imposed unilaterally by others. Instead of rewarding integrity, energy security, and innovation, CBAM punishes it. Our REC framework deducts every claim from the grid to ensure transparency. Yet CBAM ignores this and demands criteria that do not fit our national context. This is not about climate ambition, it is about protectionism. So this case shows how unilateral measures are not abstract. They are actively making us less energy secure, less competitive, and less able to pursue nationally determined just transitions. CBAM actively discourages investing in renewable energy in our country because of its short-sighted, punitive, and top-down nature. If the Just Transition Work Program is serious about justice, It must explicitly address the harm caused by CBAM and other unilateral measures and call for recognition of sovereign national systems that ensure integrity without undermining development. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia, on behalf of Arab Group and Saudi. Now to Ghana. I have to warn you now that we will not get to all of the interventions. So if you have written inputs and you are not, the next on my list are Ghana, then the EU, then the UK, then please email them to jtwp@unfwc.org. Ghana, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm going to be very brief. Ghana reaffirms its commitment to just energy transitions under the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement. With the topic on hand, we think that there would be trade inequitably barriers to just transition, as we are aware that trade often undermines just energy transition for developing countries due to unequal access to market and technologies, high tariffs on low carbon goods, restrictive trade policies, and limited financing. We also look at adverse cross-border impact of climate measures, which has been spoken by a couple of people and countries and parties. Trade-related climate measures such as CBAM disproportionately harm developing countries by disrupting export competitiveness, and these unilateral measures, often implemented without consultation, violate CBDR and RC, burdening vulnerable communities. We're also looking at the challenges in leveraging trade for NDCs. Trade potential to support just energy transition within NDCs is constrained by insufficient technology transfer, inadequate financing, and lack of tailored trade policies. Developing countries, particularly in Africa, face structural barriers that limit the ability for use trade for green job creation or economic diversification, risking stranded assets. I wish to mention that the KCI, which I happen to be co-chair, has done sufficient work on that, though there may be some limitations. And it is very important that we look at those tools, that the modeling tools that KCI has used in assessing some of these inequalities to be used within the JTWT framework. So Ghana wishes to say that trade, as currently structured in this discussion, risks deepening inequalities in just energy transitions with adverse cross-border impact and limited support for developing countries, NDCs. And therefore, we should also try and look at the highlights of KCI, though valuable, may have maybe shortness in addressing some trade-specific barriers. Thank you, Chair, for giving us the platform.
Thank you, Ghana. I now invite the European Union to take the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, and I'm afraid I won't stick to 1 minute. So we have just heard concern about the framing of this session around cross-border impacts of climate measures, including trade impacts, which is the topic we are discussing here. And many climate policies, such as those aimed at addressing carbon leakage in emissions-intensive industrial sectors, cannot be qualified as unilateral trade measures, as some parties suggest. These issues should be framed in these sessions and beyond. So we would not be able to talk about such climate policies under such header. However, as we are showing today as well, by being present, engaging in this discussion, we are ready to discuss issues related to climate measures and relations between trade-related policies, and the just transition in a balanced, transparent, non-adversarial, non-intrusive, non-punitive manner, and respectful of national sovereignties. And so looking also at all parties, policies, and measures for that matter. On this point, we would like to add once again that the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement were not designed to assess individual parties' nationally determined policies and measures, and have no mandate to do so. So we have been, for over a decade, been discussing what we understand to be the concerns underlying the references to so-called unilateral measures or unilateral trade measures under the Forum on Response Measures, and we are here also to discuss this under this work program. So we are ready to continue doing so. So then let me touch upon the questions here for this session. to achieve the 1.5 temperature goal and to achieve global net zero emissions by the second half of this century, the Paris Agreement requires each of its parties to reduce its emission in a way that reflects its highest possible ambition. And the EU has respected its obligations to take the lead in reducing emissions by adopting legally binding targets to reduce our greenhouse gas emissions by 55% in 2030, including by preventing carbon leakage in emission-intensive industrial sectors. And we are conscious about the potential relevance for the EU's trading partners and the need to comply with WTO rules. And for this matter, we have designed all our EU Green Deal policies and measures very carefully. And we have, the aim has been to meet key criteria relevant from an external perspective. These include measures that are evidence-based and are underpinned by an impact assessment and public consultations. Measures are based on objective grounds, apply equally to domestic and imported products, and are non-discriminatory. We are also designing measures are making sure that measures are least trade restrictive, not more burdensome than necessary, and includes transitional periods for businesses inside and outside the EU to adapt. And measures are also based on international standards and encourage the commitment of the EU to engage with trade partners in international fora to facilitate implementation. And still now, we continue working even closer with our trading partners through outreach and awareness raising. Tools to facilitate the implementation and compliance with our measures, and capacity building. Again, we have been a role model as EU for the transparency of our policies through public consultation, impact assessment, and outreach. And we have engaged in the WTO and bilaterally with countries and try to address their concerns as far as they are allowed, maintaining the objectives pursued by our policies. So we engage in various fora, OECD, Climate Club, UNFCCC, etc., and we'll continue to do so. I've also heard some comments about a recent agreement, and no, the EU has not committed to change CBAM in any specific way, nor to provide more favorable treatment to US companies under CBAM. What we have agreed upon is to work to provide additional flexibility in the implementation of CBAM for all companies in all EU trading partner countries, and especially for small and medium-sized companies. This is something the EU Commission is already doing as part of its simplification agenda and in line with its commitment to further streamline EU legislation and improve its implementation. And I am happy to discuss this bilaterally with those who have raised those concerns earlier. And then the second question, which is an important one, is the role of trade in the just energy transition and the just transition in general. And we are very happy this question is here because it's an important one for the future of our climate policies. And a trade policy at the national, regional, and international level can help accelerate the energy transition and contribute to improving market access conditions, harmonizing regulations, phasing out inefficient fossil fuel subsidies, and ensuring the distribution of environmental goods and services to boost domestic production capacity. So creating open, clean, and fair markets is critical to supporting the just energy transition. This helps ensuring access to energy goods and raw materials needed for the energy transition, spread green goods and services by facilitating market access for green tech industries, and encourages the adoption of climate-friendly policies by all parties. And so multilateral, bilateral, and autonomous trade tools can be used for this purpose. It's also important to promote and develop coherent regulations and environments with international standards, including for the measurement of carbon emissions embodied in traded goods or energy efficiency can minimize regulatory costs and duplication while helping achieve climate action goals. And through committee discussions with WTO members have contributed to increasing regulatory convergence on energy efficiency, advancing cooperation on climate-related challenges. Carbon pricing, such as taxes on carbon-intensive goods, can be an effective tool in reducing emissions. 2/3 of all nationally determined contributions, so NDCs, submitted by governments to achieve emission reduction targets under the Paris Agreement consider the use of domestic carbon pricing schemes. So coordination of internal taxes, including carbon pricing, can be achieved through various international platforms. And by facilitating exchanges of best practices, international cooperation can contribute to improving the efficiency of carbon pricing schemes and reducing the administrative costs for all parties. So yeah, transparency, dialogue with stakeholders and partner countries affected by climate measures is key to developing environmental and climate action policies in a way that achieves the goals of the Paris Agreement and minimizes impacts on trade. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. And now I'm going to turn to our last intervention. Apologies to those who are not going to make it. That includes Russian Federation, Syria and South Africa, and I believe maybe one or two more flags that went up. But now to turn to the United Kingdom, who will close for this session. Apologies that we couldn't get to everyone, and please send in your written comments if you can.
Thank you very much, facilitator. And the UK welcomes discussions on policies across the nexus of climate and trade issues. Here in the Just Transition Work Programme, we must remain focused on supporting ambitious action and efforts that enable delivery of the Paris temperature goal. We do emphasise and reiterate concerns mentioned by my colleague from the EU on the framing of this discussion and the issues that are being discussed or focused on here. But as we have previously mentioned, we are engaging constructively in these discussions and in a non-punitive, non-adversarial manner. So on to substance. Around 20 to 30% of global CO2 emissions are associated with international trade. It is critical to reduce these emissions, as well as maximize the positive benefits of climate measures while reducing and minimizing the negative impacts. Climate impacts also pose significant physical risks to trade. Extreme weather disrupts supply chains and damages infrastructure necessary. For example, the Panama Canal experienced a severe drought in 2023, attributed to El Nino and below average rainfall, leading to record low water levels and significant reductions in daily ship transport, creating economic cost. As we previously mentioned in other sessions, the volatility of fossil fuel markets brings economic and energy security risks with significant affordability impacts, particularly for our vulnerable citizens, which UK households and businesses have felt. That's why renewable energy is our nationally chosen route to energy security, to fulfilling our international obligations and keeping 1.5 within reach. Trade is an essential part of accelerating the clean energy transition, including by lowering the cost of green goods, services, and technologies, and increasing their uptake. Trade in environmental goods has increased at a faster pace than total goods trade over the past 2 decades. This is a huge economic opportunity, offering significant jobs, growth, and decarbonisation potential. Tariff liberalisation can support the global green transition by reducing the costs of trade, expanding market opportunities, increasing incentives for green businesses to innovate, and lowering the price of green goods for consumers. International cooperation on trade and climate is a UK priority, and we are working, for example, through our Global Clean Power Alliance and its mission focused on strengthening global supply chains to facilitate the transition to clean energy. The UK has been a strong proponent of multilateral and plurilateral discussions on environmental goods and services, including at the WTO, trade and environmental sustainably structured discussions, and will continue to seek opportunities to drive outcomes that facilitate better trade in those goods and services that are critical to this green transition. The UK global tariff has removed duties on over 100 environmental goods, and the UK also works closely with all of our trading partners through free trade agreements to promote trade in these goods and services. The UK will continue to work to ensure trade supports global efforts to combat the climate and nature crises while encouraging inclusive economic growth by finding synergies with all of our development objectives. For example, the Developing Countries Trading Scheme forms part of the UK's commitment to boost trade, strengthen economic ties with developing countries, and ultimately support sustainable development. Cross-border and trade impacts of climate measures are relevant in the context of the UK's commitment to net zero by 2050. UK industrial emissions need to reduce by at least 2/3 by 2035 to meet net zero. In order to achieve these ambitious targets, we need to ensure decarbonisation efforts are not undermined by carbon leakage, and that industry has confidence in this. The best solution to carbon leakage is an international one, and the UK is supporting a number of initiatives to support global decarbonisation, including through support for adoption of carbon pricing internationally. In the long term, these initiatives can reduce differences in carbon pricing globally, but that will take time. In the meantime, while disparities remain, differential carbon pricing between trading partners can create material carbon leakage risks. Without further action, this would undermine the environmental objectives of UK mitigation efforts, and the UK will therefore introduce a carbon border adjustment mechanism from January 2027. The ambitious action we are taking towards achieving our 1.5 aligned NDC is critical to delivering the goals of the Paris Agreement. Now, some colleagues have implied specific criticism of others' policies. The UK has legitimate concerns about the risk of carbon leakage and its impact on the environmental integrity of our decarbonisation efforts. Such concerns are not protectionist. Rather, the objective is to support the success of our decarbonisation efforts and global efforts under the Paris Agreement. Moreover, we must emphasise that discussions under the UNFCCC should not be assessing any individual party's policies or measures. We are not here to criticise specific policies, and indeed I think this is a perspective shared by colleagues here today. The UK welcomes discussions with all parties. We consulted on our approach to carbon leakage risk in 2023 and consulted on design of the UK carbon border adjustment in spring 2024. And the government is keen to understand the impact of a UK CBAM on trade partners and will continue to work internationally on broader carbon leakage mitigations, including through our international group, where we are seeking views of our partners. And we will continue to maintain transparency and openness in our approach to maintaining trade openness and achieving our climate ambitions. Finally, we would also like to emphasize that we've mentioned a range of both climate and trade measures here in this discussion, given their interrelated impact. But we must also be specific and careful about which issues and topics are most relevant in each discussion and fora. In these discussions, we must remain focused on climate issues and measures that support delivery of the Paris temperature goal. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. So unfortunately, we will be closing there, but I invite Russian Federation, Syrian Arab Republic, South Africa, Iran, and India, who is online, to please put in written submissions to jtwp@unifccc.org. Thank you, and enjoy your next breakout discussion. Over to Jane.
All right, everyone. This is your third and final breakout group. Acknowledging that everyone is probably feeling a little bit fatigued and perhaps hungry. But we are almost there. And just like the other two discussion topics, this one is really important. And so I just ask you to bear with us and bear with each other as we take on this last breakout session. So you can see the questions up here, but really what we're looking to understand is what are the enabling environments for just transition priorities, and what are some examples of either bottom-up, community-led, what kind of governance frameworks have been really effective in different contexts for just transitions. So that's really what we're trying to get to here. And I welcome interventions both in the room and online. So, do I have any takers in the room? We always start slow, then we get clogged up at the end. So let's just skip that first part. IPO.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator, for the opportunity and for me being the first one to present. I speak on behalf of the Indigenous Peoples constituency. A just energy transition must enable environments that reflect both national development priorities and rights of Indigenous people. To do this, we must start with strong legal foundations, including the constitutional and statutory recognition of Indigenous peoples' collective rights to lands, territories, and resources. The full implementation of free, prior, and informed consent in national legislation and declaring exclusion zones for Indigenous peoples in voluntary isolation. Enabling environments should also integrate rights-based just transition targets into NDCs, NAPs, and long-term low-emission development strategies. These targets must be measurable, for example, the number of Indigenous people's land titled or demarcated, the number of judicial processes against perpetrators on Indigenous rights, the number of Indigenous protocols or plans of life, among others. The Global Biodiversity Framework has already indicators for targets related to Indigenous rights protection that can be used for parties at the national level. Environmental and social safeguards must be comprehensive, including laws that protect environmental and human rights defenders, provide compensation and remedy for harms, and require participatory and cumulative impact assessments, especially for cross-border or long-term projects. Importantly, governments must shift subsidies away from fossil fuels and reallocate them towards Indigenous-led energy system. This is where bottom-up, community-led approaches come in. Indigenous peoples are already implementing solutions that can be replicated and adapted elsewhere. These include Indigenous energy cooperatives and mini-grids governed under customary laws and traditional governance with community tariffs and equitable benefit sharing, Indigenous community protocols and plans of life that are recognized by state authorities and companies as legitimate decision-making instruments across the globe. We also have co-management agreements for watersheds and territories that integrate energy planning with Indigenous knowledge and ecosystem stewardship. And we have participatory monitoring systems where Indigenous communities lead on data collection, verification, and reporting, as well as respecting data sovereignty. To ensure accountability, we also need strong regulatory frameworks for investors and companies, requiring them to uphold human rights, environmental standards, and social equity with accessible grievance and redress mechanisms for affected communities. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to go to India online.
Thank you. facilitator, and he will jump directly into the question. The enabling environments for just transitions in economic diversification really cannot be thought of in narrow terms of local enabling environments, although this is the context in which very often many parties use the term. We submit that these enabling environments are both global and local. What has constrained options for us in developing countries is that over fifth of the global carbon budget for 1.5 degrees Celsius and thirds of the carbon budget for even the 2 degrees Celsius goal has already been exhausted. But developed countries are responsible for the vast majority of these emissions. So lack of global equity, both in terms, not only in terms of emissions, which is a direct result of inequality in terms of incomes, in terms of assets, in terms of infrastructure, energy consumption, and a whole host of other environmental criteria. This is a lack of global equity constraints our ability to be able to chart our own pathways flexibly domestically. And this is leads clearly into what we consider what was discussed in the previous breakout session on unilateral measures, that this is an added burden. System inequality is already at a enabling environment, and to add unilateral measures is a further disenabling environment. We are a little puzzled why there is a resistance to the word unilateral behavior, and I'm sure we can find ICC reference to this as well, but draw the colleagues to the definition of unilateral trade behavior because multiple behavior, international law, trade, even environment. There are measures taken by a single country or a group of countries to restrict or alter trade practices based on standards such as environmental standards, aiming to incentivize foreign nations to modify their practices, not legalize those that are. So these are measures that fall under this category, whether you call them measures of carbon leakage. These measures seek to protect industries and countries that have historically consumed a disproportionate share of carbon budget and continue to do so by setting reduction targets far into the future, virtually guaranteeing that the 1.5 degrees Celsius goal will be reached. Just stating that once APC's 1.5 degrees Celsius aligned doesn't necessarily mean it. Industrially, these countries have had several advantages already of robust physical environments, state support for innovation, infrastructure that has been created over years of fossil fuel use, leading to the temperature rise that we have seen today. So providing further protection for these industries at the cost of industrial growth and industrialization, building resilience, ensuring that there would be employment enhancement and reduction of vulnerability in developing countries. These will be the costs of such measures. This will further enable developing countries or constrain the pathways that countries can chart themselves to be able to ensure that their communities, especially vulnerable communities within developing countries, but their entire populations, in fact, will not suffer from the impacts of climate change and will not be asked to bear disproportionate burdens, because it is a disproportionate both to their historical responsibility as well as to their capacities. So we submit the aim that such measures, these are not simply climate measures, we call climate measures, but these are unilateral trade measures. This is how unilateral trade measures are in fact defined in law as well. So this is these three is enabling environment. We'll stop here.
Thank you, India. Colombia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. I will address the second question. So one concrete example of bottom-up community-led governance for a just energy transition is the model of comunidades energéticas, also in English, energy communities, that is being promoted in Colombia. These initiatives are part of the national strategy and programs such as the Plan 6 Gigabyte, with envision distributed generation, particularly solar energy, playing a key role in supporting rising electricity demand while reducing cost and efficiency and inefficiencies for users. Beyond energy access, these projects aim at tackling energy poverty by ensuring that communities themselves directly benefit from the energy they generate. What makes comunidades energéticas particularly relevant as a governance framework is their participatory nature. Citizens are not only end users, but also play active role as producers, managers, and consumers of energy. This participatory governance fosters a sense of ownership, strengthens organizational capacities, and supports local productive initiatives. In doing so, it not only decentralizes energy generation, but also contributes to broader goals, such as reducing greenhouse gas emissions, improving access to water and sanitation, and rebuilding social fabric. However, these models also reveal the challenges of sustainability and governance that must be addressed for replication in other contexts. Communities are responsible for planning, implementing, and maintaining energy projects in the long term, which requires clear organizational structures and supportive policy frameworks. In Colombia, for example, Decree 2236 of 2023 establishes the legal representation of comunidades energéticas based on their chosen associative form, while ethnic communities regulate energy governance within their own systems of self-government. This flexible community-led governance approach can inspire replication elsewhere by showing that energy transition pathways are more just and sustainable when rooted in local participation, adapted to existing governance traditions, and supported by enabling policies. By combining energy access with social and economic empowerment, comunidades energéticas demonstrate how bottom-up frameworks can strengthen resilience, advance equity, and make the energy transition both inclusive and context-sensitive. Thank you.
Thank you, Columbia. LMDC, you have the floor.
Thank you. Going to the questions directly. Any design for nationally defined just energy transition pathways must begin by grounding itself in the principle of equity and CBDRRC. We recommend the following approaches. No prescriptive templates for designing policies. Pathways must be nationally determined and sequenced to national realities. Second, diversified mix energy, including fossil fuels, grid reliability, and reserve margins as prerequisites, not afterthoughts. Third, predictable grant-based, highly concessional public finance. Avoid conditionalities and instruments that erode policy space. Fourth, local content rules, downstream value addition. Fifth, for technologies, IP, and licensing flexibilities, link the technology mechanism to real finance for local research and development and manufacturing. And sixth, systematically assess unilateral trade measures such as CBAM and supply chain risks. And for any enabling environment to be created, the disenablers have to be dealt with. The disenablers include high cost of capital, high transaction costs, unilateral measures by developed countries, barriers in accessing finance and technology, and so on. These must be resolved to make progress. Thank you.
Thank you, LMDC. Now I'm going to go to Arab Group.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator, and cognizant of the time, I'll be very short. The Arab Group would like to underline that equity and CBDRRC must anchor any discussion of just transition pathways. Pathways must remain nationally determined, whole of economy focused, instead of sectoral, and not imposed through prescriptive models or external conditionalities. For our region, just transitions cannot be discussed without energy security at the center. Hospitals, schools, and basic services in our countries rely on reliable and affordable power. This is a reality that cannot be equated with contexts where energy access has long been achieved. Developed countries are ignoring the calls for them to lead mitigation action, failing in honoring their financial responsibilities, all while calling on developing countries to accelerate transitions under debt-heavy finance. This double standard undermines the trust and shifts burdens onto those least responsible for climate change. The Arab group stresses that enabling environments cannot be created without removing the obstacles: high cost of capital, unilateral trade measures, and persistent barriers to finance and technology. These are real constraints facing developing countries and are consistently ignored and undermined by developed countries. For us, just transitions first means lifting our people out of energy poverty, not targeting our development needs. Without concessional public finance, fair technology transfer, and policy space, talk of just transitions risks becoming another tool to restrict developing countries instead of empowering them. And for the sake of time, I will not repeat the points that were highlighted by the LMDC in India, and we just concur with them. Thank you.
Thank you, Arab group. UK, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, facilitator. I'll jump straight into some examples in the interest of time to share the UK's perspective on our policy frameworks and approaches to just transitions, and outline how the action we are taking is aligned with the destination of our just transition to a net zero and resilient economy, and how we're supporting our workers and communities along this journey. As our economies and sectors change, we're supporting these workers, communities and individuals to ensure this transition is fair and equitable. So we've established the Office for Clean Energy Jobs in the UK, which will ensure that the UK has the skilled workforce needed for this transition, and that high quality jobs can be spread around the country, focusing on fair pay, favourable terms, strong trade unions and decent working conditions. And we're supporting workers through government-backed skills and workforce programs, such as the regional skills pilots, where we're working with local partners to understand what interventions are needed to build that skilled workforce. And earlier this year, we launched the industry-led Energy Skills Passport in collaboration with industry and Scottish Government, where oil and gas workers will be able to access this skills passport online to help them identify routes into several roles, for example, in offshore wind. We know that social dialogue and stakeholder engagement are both at the core of a just transition, and ensuring the right governance structures are in place is obviously key. We've launched a Net Zero Council in the UK with membership including civil society, local government, trade unions and the private sector to ensure diversity of stakeholder input into government policy and drive progress on net zero. And we are also developing and publishing a net zero public participation strategy later in 2025 to produce a framework for how the government and other organisations to more effectively engage the public and empower them to participate in the transition to net zero, ensuring policies reflect people's needs and priorities and views. And our domestic enabling environment is built from high ambition, alignment with 1.5, and a whole of economy, whole of society approach that supports workers and communities, including skills interventions, social protection, social dialogue, and stakeholder engagement. To close, I'd also just like to reiterate the UK's ambition and leadership in rapidly increasing deployment of renewable energy and increasing energy efficiency, including as we transition away from fossil fuels. And we've already phased out coal power around this time last year, the first G7 economy to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, UK. Philippines, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. The Philippines affirms that a holistic just transition applies to all sectors of the economy, recognizing that the shift toward a low carbon and climate resilient future requires systemic change across industries. Prioritization is essential, and the energy sector must be treated as a critical enabler of transition grounded on equity and national development, recognizing that developing countries like us transition will take more time and will need more means of implementation from developed to developing countries as surfaced out in the first Global Stocktake report. Just transition incorporates the principle of leaving no one behind. However, again, as mentioned, To give the principle operational meaning, the transition must begin by prioritizing the most affected and vulnerable sector, particularly those already at the front lines of climate and energy transitions, including workers undergoing transitions, informal workers, micro, small, and medium enterprises, indigenous peoples, youth, gender groups, and people in geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. In the Philippines, the Department of Labor and Employment is assisting fisher folks that are increasingly at risk of displacement and livelihood disruption through provision of social protection measures and alternative livelihood. We also note that social partners and civil societies are assisting community-based action on just energy transitions. They help people in our country get renewable energy, specifically those in off-grid islands. We also provide social dialogue platforms between employers, workers, and representatives of informal workers to find inclusive climate measures responsive to their needs. We acknowledge the contributions of our civil society partners in raising just transition issues in energy sector. These are all considered in the Philippines as we develop the National Just Transition Framework to ensure that our NDC and NAP are responsive of just transition measures. Colleagues, the Philippines remains open to collaboration to advance tangible, just energy transition measures that recognize national determined needs and supported by means of implementation as enshrined in the Paris Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Philippines. I'm going to go online now to WGC.
Thank you for the floor. I wanted to share some lessons learned to ensure gender justice in just transition in response to guidance 22. Just transition provides a framework to ensure a full and progressive realization of rights. We must adopt a gender transformative approach if we are to address the root causes of environmental degradation and gender inequality. We also focus a lot on negative gender impacts, not just on climate change, but mitigation and adaptation measures, so we will move into that area. But we wanted to touch on how we as women in gender institutions understand the idea of gender approaches to JT. Approaches to integration, gender into JT policies can be understood along a continuum range of approaches that are at one end, discriminatory, and at the other end, gender responsive and gender transformative. To focus on the latter two, a gender responsive approach seeks to achieve gender equal outcomes, recognizing the need of different gender groups, but does not adequately tackle the underlying structural conditions of marginalization. An example of this is the development of policy that applies to gender and human rights assessment and requires in speech to give women's voices and inputs. Before deciding to read an energy product. These are good steps, but don't explicitly aim to stand barriers of pre-existing conditions that cause marginalization. Gender transformative approaches, on the other hand, have a explicit aim of transforming each system, restructuring power and social relations, and improving all women and gender non-conforming livelihood via the full realization of their human rights. We want to share a case study of such an approach. The Self-Employed Women's Association Green Livelihood Campaign in India supports rural women by providing affordable clean energy solutions that cook stoves, solar panels, and biogas. We not only this, but they also train women to use technology, creating economic opportunities, and building safe social nets, and develop women-led supply chain, with members trained not only in installation, but also in maintenance and repair of home equipment. These kinds of proposals show multiple benefits of gender transformative behaviors, which transform gender relationships, provide consistent income dependence, and guarantee true energy security that meets communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Now, I have the EU, ENGO, Jordan, and South Africa, and I'm going to be closing the speaker list there. So, EU, you have the floor.
Thank you. So on the first question, identifying and making available domestic opportunities and resources of support, including both public and private sources, is crucial to support the just transition. Strengthening enabling conditions, policy frameworks, incentive and investment environments is crucial to enable the mobilization of finance corresponding to the scale and nature of the socio-economic challenges and considerations related to just transition, including to attract private investments, including from actors currently taking economic advantages from emitting activities. Creating such enabling environments begins with coherent cross-sectoral policies that link climate action, energy security, and economic development and social protection. The EU Green Deal and EU member states' national energy and climate plans exemplify holistic planning, integrating energy, labor, and regional development priorities. Such frameworks guide investments towards low carbon solutions while safeguarding workers and community in fossil fuel dependent sectors. So the EU designs holistic just transition strategies that address economic, social, and environmental dimensions simultaneously. So just transition pathways must foster economic diversification to reduce dependence on fossil fuels industries. And so the EU supports through several programs investments in renewable energy clusters, green manufacturing, circular economy initiatives, and sustainable tourism as alternative economic drivers. EU structural funds provide grants and loans to support regional economic diversification, aligning with national development priorities. And in those enabling environments, another important tool is tripartite social dialogue, multi-stakeholders platforms, and participatory decision-making mechanism, as I will come back to for the second question. So we support those approaches. Concretely, for example, related to the just energy transition, across the EU, community energy cooperatives are booming in countries such as Germany, Denmark, and Spain. Cooperatives allow citizens to own, develop and operate renewable energy projects from wind turbines to solar panel. And this approach really enhances local buy-in, strengthens social acceptance, and ensures that economic benefits of the transition, such as revenue and jobs, stay within the communities. EU member states have also developed territorial transition plans involving municipalities, workers, and civil societies in mapping local needs, identifying transition opportunities, and co-creating strategies. These bottom-up plans have proven successful in coal-dependent regions, such as in Poland or Asturias in Spain, ensuring alignment with national climate goals and EU Green Deal, while responding simultaneously to local socio-economic realities. Again, like we have community microgrids also in Scotland, Austria, and Germany, where communities are co-invested in distributed renewable systems. So I will stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, EU. Now to Engo. Engo, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Speaking on behalf of Engo and CAN, Climate Action Network, which is a network of 1,900 organizations from 130 countries. And for us, this is very important discussion. And one thing that we are keen to see happen is having establishment of guiding principles for just transition, incorporating participation right, that would ensure the right institutional arrangement and participation mechanism are put in place for the implementation of just transition pathways. The minimum requirements that we are looking into this is on a national, regional, and local level. We are looking into robust and inclusive consultation and not only consultation, because this shouldn't be only a checklist or like a checkbox exercise, but also a co-creation and participation, a seat on the table, that can actually allow social dialogue that involve government, employers, and workers from one hand to shape the labor policies, and the other hand have engagement with right holders and relevant stakeholders on other aspects of just transition. We are calling very strong for those principles to uphold the right for free, prior informed consent of all indigenous people, and ensure that affected communities are consulted and have access to grievance mechanisms and fair compensation. On the UNFCCC level, it's very important that we also hold the same values to the just transition and ensuring that observers have a seat on the table in the coordination of the global just transition mechanism to accelerate and support country efforts to the transition, which would ensure trends and lessons from the ground are brought into the conversation in a dynamic way. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ngo. Jordan, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Facilitator. Thank you, Mrs. Saouda Mani, for the opportunity to engage in this important dialogue on just energy transition pathways, which is a top priority for developing countries in their pursuits of inclusive and sustainable development that leaves no one behind. Regarding to the question one, enabling environment should align just energy transition with national priorities such as job creation, energy security, women and youth empowerment, and economic diversification for developing country. This requires not only strong national framework, but also fair international support in line with the principle of common but differentiated responsibilities and respective capabilities. Legislative clarity, investment incentives, and policy integration across economic, social, and environmental dimensions are essential to ensure a balanced a balanced and holistic approach. Such environments empower developing countries to transition in a way that support their growth while contributing to the global climate goals. In national efforts, Jordan has updated its national energy strategy to 2030, linking it with the green growth and the climate action priorities. It has expanded solar and wind projects to reduce dependency on important and to generate local employment, demonstrating how transition pathway can be aligned with national development objectives. Regarding to the second question, community-led frameworks are vital to ensure inclusivity and ownership. Effective approach include participatory planning governance model that elevate the voices of women, youth, and informal workers, and the development of locally owned renewable energy cooperatives. In developing country, CBRD and RC underscore the need for international support to strengthen and scale such initiatives. These models ensure fair benefit sharing, cultural relevance, and long-term sustainability, and can be adapted across different local contexts. In Jordan, we are working with trade unions to raise the capabilities and skills of workers under each union. Therefore, they are capable to move smoothly and transition. And it has adopted a national roadmap for renewable energy and energy efficiency integrated into its green growth and climate action strategies to expand green job opportunities. In the last, the vision in Jordan is that the new investment in energy sector is either to serve socio-economic status or vulnerable groups, or to serve any of their development action. Thank you.
Thank you, Jordan. And now to our final speaker, South Africa. You have the floor.
Thank you, Chair, and I will try to be
brief. I think to start off, I think it's important to flag that transitioning the global economy spans domestic and international dimensions, and across all economic sectors, global value chains, trade, finance, taxation, logistics, and innovation systems, ecosystems extend beyond just national boundaries. So transitioning global value chains needs to be in line with sustainable industrialization goals, and it's necessary that we have a coordinated international approach. And these dimensions to transitions, whether global, regional, or national, generate shared climate change and transitional risks that unfold across continents and across borders, with inevitable cascading effects across an international supply chain systems. So it's important that we need to give a spotlight on the enabling and disenabling conditions or dimensions that take place at an international level. And it's important to ensure that we have the necessary levers and mechanisms that are able to drive or inhibit climate action and access to transition-aligned economic opportunities. A clear example that has been raised by a lot of speakers before me is the issue around sovereign debt, which is a crucial lever that is needed to create fiscal space for countries to invest in their necessary energy transitions or energy transition infrastructure. Now, my country has its own just energy transition plan, and our investment plan around our just transition framing is anchored in a very integrated approach where we focus on job creation, enterprise support, inclusion of a multi-sectorial approach, which are the core pillars of our transition. But a central role is around creating fiscal stability, creating employment, securing industry while we transition. Hence, my point earlier was that our transition is not only about decarbonizing, but it's about managing this economic restructuring in a way that protects people, that strengthens resilience, while also unlocking transition economic opportunities. So an integrated approach is one that is supported. So I will flag the key points, bullet points that will speak to the topic, the questions we are addressing. It's important to enable frameworks and governance models and acknowledge that the current frameworks that we have are fragmented and often treated as preconditions to support, as opposed to enablers. And the Just Transition Work Program can help shift these into more a demand-driven outcome that's aligned with what national priorities are in an inclusive and participatory manner, as opposed to creating barriers and conditions. And it will be important to align environments with national defined plans, but treat them as outcomes that international cooperation can support through finance, through technical assistance, and capacity building, but anchored on nationally defined plans. So we could use this Just Transition Work Program to guide and coordinate this, to provide technical assistance around this in order to operationalize what this means or what integrating fairness and equity means across sectors, not just within the energy space. So it's important to also integrate participatory approaches while we are looking at different models and having a multi-sectorial approach. I mean, a lot of countries have shared experiences on commissions that they've established in their countries, and as it is the case in my country, where we have a multi-sectorial approach. A commission has been established around integrating just transition. There is an intentional co-planning and co-creating of transition integration, but it's important that it ensures economic diversification, reskilling, and puts equity at the center while we design or co-design these plans with affected vulnerable groups. Last point worth mentioning is another example, which is in our renewable energy programming within my country. intentionally embeds community ownership and benefit sharing mechanisms, where equity stakes and trust and revenue sharing are embedded in how our renewable energy and integrated planning has been approached to ensure that not only vulnerable groups are reached, but they are at the center of reaping the benefits of these plans. Thank you.
Thank you, South Africa. So we have actually one more. Japan, the floor is yours. Online.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you. This is the first time I'm going to make an intervention to your program for today. I very much appreciate it. And I would like to share our views and mainly on topic 3, sharing experiences on policy framework for just energy transition pathways, recognizing that just transition is a crucial element in advancing the shift to decarbonize society and economy of challenge to be addressed by all parties. Firstly, just transition is not a matter of domestic policy discussions. It's essential to address the vectors of transition and the creation of decent work and creation of opportunity arising from the transition to a decarbonized society, taking into account each country's specific circumstances. However, as efforts toward just transition are only just beginning, it's essential to share best practices and solutions against opportunities such as this sustainable dialogue. Implementing it in each country can support national just transitions. In February 2025, Japan revised the plan for global warming countermeasures, explicitly stated its commitment to integrated efforts encompassing not only the workforce but also the transition of digital economies, global business, and other entities that also contribute to advancing the effective transition in other countries through sharing its domestic incentive and influence. For example, one of climate mitigation measures we promote integrated advancement of environment, economy, and society. In promoting climate change mitigation measures within Japan, it's crucial to address the new labor supply and demand arising from industrial transformation, accompanying the advancement of green transformation, and from the perspective of the just transition. This can be achieved alongside the creation of rewarding human employment and improvement in labor productivity. Specifically, relevant ministries and agencies collaborate to facilitate just transition. This involves utilizing measures such as support for youth labor, making job application assistance, and acquisition of new skills. Concurrently, agencies identify and carefully address the various challenges arising during this process, including the effective use of safety net policies. Furthermore, given Japan's numerous local enterprises and the potential variation in the impact of climate change across regions, industries, and generations, it is necessary to consider not only the workforce but also the equal transition of digital economies and local businesses. Also, it's crucial all stakeholders, public, national government, local authorities, and businesses share the direction for integrated environmental, economic, and social improvement. This requires implementing measures to combat global warming, conflicting with various other policies to maximize their combined effect. Finally, in addition, regarding international cooperation, sharing best practices, opportunities, and solutions through dialogue is precisely what international cooperation entails. We would like to focus this point. Next, let me shift to discuss unilateralism that the meaning of distant EU resistance is essential to take into account development, discussion, and other forums. And finally, the just transition institutional arrangement based in maybe as a leadership meeting in consideration of our implication of agendas and floor. And it will be better for us to focus on leadership in this area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Japan. Thank you, everyone. We are going to close this final breakout group now with that. And then I expect everyone to come back into plenary for our readout from the different groups. Thank you.
Does that give you grounds to say no?
Thanks for being here. And I'll explain in a minute exactly how we're going to conclude our final plenary. Thanks. Those that had visas, the visa reimbursement that's available started today at 2 p.m. And the reimbursement, I'm told, will be in local currency. And the visa room is on the 3rd floor. So if anyone requires that visa reimbursement, it's on the 3rd floor in the centre here. So you can go there to pick that up at your convenience. Thanks. Okay, with that, I'm going to start back in plenary. So first of all, I just want to say thank you very much to everyone. I know this has been an extremely long back-to-back series of sessions where we've been trying to juggle the possibilities of trying to get you lunch and other things in between these. There's been a number of other constraints outside our control in terms of room availability and other things, and trying to balance it between making sure that we have everyone here to hear report backs and have the opportunity for final reflections. I know there's some other events following this where people have commitments from our facilitator side and also from you in the room, both here and off-site at other events that are taking place. So we really trying to finish by having this final plenary now and to go straight through to the finish with report backs, any reflections, and then a very short closing plenary, and then we'll be concluded for our dialogue. So if that's fine with everyone, I know it's an endurance effort. We're warm up for Belém, you know, in terms of negotiations. So, thanks for the patience with it and the willingness to keep going. And sorry we haven't been able to give you more break than we had that planned, but hasn't been possible. So if everyone's fine with that, we'll proceed. And I see a sort of general acceptance. Oh, they can't hear. Okay, we're just going to pause for a moment. I've just been told, thanks for the message. We haven't got sound online, so let's just try to rectify that, and then we'll proceed. Just give us one moment. Thank you. Just checking sound for those virtual. I could get a signal whether the virtual room can hear. Okay, thanks very much to our technical team for rectifying that so quickly. So our plan now is to have very brief report backs from our facilitators, followed by any reflections as we did with the session this morning. And then, as I said, a short closing plenary. Just before I throw to our facilitators, I just want to emphasise that as we're going straight into plenary now, after the conclusion of their sessions, so as you'll appreciate, there's been really zero time for them to reflect on all the detail to bring it to you in terms of a full report back. So it's going to be a high-level report back of key things coming through, but it doesn't seek to be a comprehensive outline of everything that was sent. So please, it was said. So please don't expect that to come through in the report backs. As you all know, we're keeping full record of everything that's been said in all the rooms through webcast, transcripts, notes, other things. So everything is being captured, and I know that we've repeatedly talked about also sending in any additional inputs that haven't been, we haven't found the time for, so we'll have a full record of everything. So this is really a high-level takeaway so that those that weren't in each of the rooms hear a flavour of what was coming through in each of the discussions for everyone's benefit here in plenary. So with that, I'll turn to our first breakout group, which was on identifying concrete and actionable outcomes for the Just Transition Work Programme in the context of Just Energy Transition Pathways. And I won't read the whole breakout group, you're familiar with that. And I'll pass to my colleague Anna Bruke from the Secretariat to provide her high-level report back. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you, Damon, and good afternoon, colleagues. We had very rich discussions on topic one across all three breakout rooms. It's my pleasure to report back on the key points that were raised and reiterated across the various rotations, but as Damon already mentioned, I won't be able to do justice to the richness of the inputs that were shared. So in terms of some of the key overarching themes and points that were highlighted across the discussions, there was broad agreement that just transitions must be nationally defined, reflecting each country's circumstances, priorities, and socioeconomic context. And several participants stressed that just transitions must remain country-driven, rejecting top-down targets or externally imposed guidelines, and highlighted the importance of integrating equity and CBDRRC principles. In terms of concrete and actionable outcomes, there was quite a bit of emphasis across the discussions on moving from conceptual discussions to more concrete and actionable ones, and there was generally consensus that the work program should aim towards practical, non-prescriptive and results-oriented outcomes, but there were different opinions on what that would look like in practice. Some participants highlighted that it's important to make use of what is already available with a view of keeping that through an impactful and purposeful outcomes lens in a non-prescriptive manner. Some reflected that the informal note that was forwarded by SB 62 is a good starting point, and noted that some of the key messages could provide some substance in terms of outcomes. Other suggestions included thematic mappings of available tools, repository of best practices. Other suggestions were more in terms of the establishment of new institutional arrangements or mechanisms, and some, let's say, more practical suggestions in this context were Just Transition Technical Assistance Network. Other participants spoke of different global just transition mechanisms. Other participants again reflected that before creating new structures, it is very important to reflect on not duplicating current work, and reflected on the very many initiatives that focus on just transition. So suggestions in terms of analyzing and synthesizing what is already out there and on the ongoing work on just transition inside and outside the UNFCCC process was identified as a crucial next step, as was the feasibility of once the gaps in this landscape were identified for the Just Transition Work Program to really fill those gaps, or whether other institutions should be considered in that sense. Other participants reflected on a guidance framework that could then consist of tools, principles, or a set of concrete deliverables to be undertaken under the Just Transition Work Program, with the key here being the aspect of the provision of guidance and signals on the integration of equity and fairness in climate action. Other suggestions and proposals that came from participants were in terms of a toolbox of recommendation on how to root climate policies in just transition. More general considerations in this context were on the form versus function conversation, and in this term, some participants highlighted it's important to understand the function before turning towards what the form could concretely look like. Then moving to synergies, across the board participants emphasized the importance of ensuring synergies with initiatives both inside and outside the UNFCCC. Examples of many constituent bodies or work programs under the UNFCCC that are relevant in this context were provided, but also of external initiatives and programs. But it is important to note in this context that some participants have shared their concerns regarding some of these initiatives and frameworks, and that the caveat here is the importance or uniqueness of outcomes that come out of the party-driven process, such as UNFCCC, as opposed to other external initiatives. And the synergies, the identification of synergies was highlighted as important, especially to, on one side, avoid duplication of efforts, but also build on the good work that is taking place outside. And some participants highlighted that this is, especially when it comes to the UNFCCC, important because Just Transition relevant work is currently ongoing, not only under the Just Transition Work Program, but also in other constituted bodies like the TEC and PCCB were among those that were mentioned very often. Some participants also highlighted the possibility to identify a way in which the Just Transition Work Program could provide signals or maybe even guidance to the GCF or the GCF, but also reflected on possible ways in which the Just Transition Work Program could hear back on how their programs and projects are actually implemented in this sense, and to have this sort of dual feedback loop. And I think I have to stop here for time reasons, but again, very rich discussions and very many concrete initiatives and programs were mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna, for outlining those high-level points so well. And I'd now like to pass over to the second breakout group, which is the role of trade and international cooperation in supporting just energy transition pathways, and invite Katie Swan-Nelson from UNCTAD to share her report back. Thanks, Katie, you have the floor.
Thanks, Damon. I will do my best. So under lessons, I think the first thing to mention, since it was raised in every room, is some questions regarding the framing and also the potential issues around scrutiny of particular policies. Some parties mentioned the use of language around unilateral measures, but then this was also counterbalanced with some issues with distinguishing unilateral measures versus nationally determined, and how are those, what is the difference there that means some policies are under scrutiny while others aren't. However, that was also counterbalanced by many discussions around the impacts of proposed unilateral measures or climate-related trade measures or trade-related climate measures, whatever however you might define them, including impacts identified by particular country groups, such as SIDS and LDCs, who have a lower value of exports, but who have smaller economies with bigger outsized impacts. Examples also including the suitability of applying to national energy grids and transition plans, and then also around export sectors that are sensitive and vulnerable workers in those sectors. So I think these sort of distributional outcomes and potential impacts were underlined by some participants as exactly why these issues are relevant to just transition discussions, because they do lead to potential distributional impacts. However, it was also highlighted that unilateral measures are not the only trade-related policy measures that are relevant here, and so we shouldn't be constrained to only discussing them. Other parties highlighted some opportunities that are presented by these measures, such as for spurring more improved pricing mechanisms and also improving emissions reporting. It was also emphasised the role of dialogue and transparency with affected groups in being able to roll out these measures. And there were some examples given of how this is being achieved, for example, with Trinidad and Tobago, and suggestions on how to mitigate these negative impacts and devising new measures and new kinds of cooperation which can mitigate potential negative spillover effects and the impact on just transitions. I should also say it was highlighted the overlap with KCI and that there's a lot of learnings that could be found through reporting and KCI that could be beneficial in this space. Moving on to discussions on the role of trade, I heard repeatedly that trade is not necessarily neutral. It can be positive, it can be negative, whether that's for climate outcomes, just transition outcomes, equality, developmental outcomes, and really it's about policy design and how those trade measures are designed and whether or not they facilitate the sort of just transition outcomes that countries are looking for. Some participants highlighted persistent structural barriers in trade rules, trade frameworks that do not respond to the imperative of responding to climate change or to the imperative of widening prosperity and development. For example, the challenges to technological upgrading and local beneficiation of those countries that are endowed with minerals. So one of the things that was proposed is that in order to be able to begin thinking about low emissions pathways, we need to be able to tackle these barriers to them within these frameworks and rules. Another thing that was mentioned in this regard is the historical perspective on the role of the trade architecture and the balance of production systems globally and patterns of production, where developing countries were often have been integrated into the global economy as cheap inputs, cheap labour, and in inferior positions within supply chains. And shifting to climate change and just transition priorities highlights how incompatible these frameworks are with being able to achieve those goals. ISDS was also mentioned in relation to the undermining of public priority goals, such as achieving climate change in a just, sustainable manner, and in particular was underlying the impact on Indigenous groups, who raised the importance of FPIC and respecting of Indigenous rights. Finally, on the role of trade, was the importance of trade in being able to support countries to access export income, to protect their sensitive sectors, and also to protect their competitiveness as countries shift globally to lower emissions industrialisation. Finally, on international cooperation, in every room, I heard again and again that it is an essential component to achieving the Paris Agreement and wider climate and development goals. It was highlighted, however, that international cooperation isn't just restricted to multilateral spaces, as much as that is critical, but the practical experience is that regional strategies and cross-border efforts are fundamental to achieving just transitions. And again, this sort of came into dialogue with discussions around nationally determined, when in many circumstances countries will have to work cross-border to ensure energy security and access for their people. And we've got the example of African energy systems and the Southern African community and being able to build interconnectors and access to sustained energy access. We also got the example of Norway and how they have tackled that, who also highlighted some of the market pricing mechanisms which bring up just transition challenges within that free market environment. We also heard not just from regional experiences, but bilateral experiences as well. For example, looking at the Australia-Indonesia partnerships, JETPs, country platforms, and also the Powering Path Coal Alliance. So seeing that there are already a number of forums who engage with just transition elements and encouraging that not just in multilateral spaces, but at the regional, bilateral and plurilateral coalition of the willing spaces as well. Peer-to-peer learning was highlighted as critical, especially for countries trying to overcome common challenges, such as those countries who are endowed with minerals, who would like to become more than exporters of raw minerals, but actually use that as a lever for upgrading and industrialization and to get out of a race to the bottom. Financing was highlighted. We got some examples of really positive financing experiences. For example, Armenia's solar expansion, which was facilitated by NDB and EU support. We also heard about that perhaps financing needs to be considered in different innovative ways. For example, bundling packages that can bring together the financing, technology and capacity building elements that might better respond to distinct goals and projects. And in some ways that will require, as was mentioned under the trade section, some adjustment to frameworks and policy norms. Space for dialogue was emphasised, with some mentioning the proposed blame action mechanism as a potential space to have these sorts of dialogues in a more coordinated and sustained manner, technology sharing, but at the same time avoiding dependency on technology imports and avoiding importing technologies which are unsuitable for local contexts. In terms of international cooperation, it was highlighted a few times that there needs to be more linkages between siloed multilateral spaces, for example, the WTO and the UNFCCC, to improve coordination, avoid governance gaps, recognising that for some participants they feel like bringing this conversation to the WTO on trade-related climate measures is considered a UNFCCC issue, and then vice versa in UNFCCC. So overcoming this barrier to dialogue could be helped by coordination, and I'll stop there.
Thanks so much, Katie, for all the reflections from what you heard in the breakout groups. Really great to have that before the room, so thanks very much for that. Lastly, I'd like to go to breakout group 3, sharing experiences on policy frameworks for just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions that leave no one behind. And thanks very much, Jane, again for facilitating that series of rooms, and I'll ask you to provide your reflections now. Thanks very much, Jane.
Thank you. And I will say it's interesting to hear the first two groups because there's a lot of overlap, I think, in those groups from what we heard as well, which just goes to show the kind of intertwinedness of all these issues. And I won't be able to capture the full kind of richness of the discussions, but you know, the first kind of part of the discussion was really about these enabling environments. So we heard a lot about kind of the need to have policy coordination and cohesion, and that it really needs to be, there has to be alignment with national development priorities. We heard a lot about the need for like real mechanisms for participation, and the appropriate funding to also support participation. We heard about the need to really prioritize energy security and energy poverty, and that those have to be kind of, thought of as very central to discussions around just transition. Climate finance was brought up a number of times, the need for appropriate climate finance in terms of having an enabling environment, and also kind of pathways for technology sharing. There were many mentions of the need to uphold FPIC and also have the need to have a real legal and institutional safeguards kind of throughout different just transition issues. There was a lot of mention of social partners, social dialogue, and tripartite frameworks. So I think that's on a lot of people's minds as really important to kind of enable just transition. We heard a number of times that it's very important to not have a prescriptive framework, that every country needs to be able to kind of define its own priorities within just transitions. Also, really the need for local action to work with local communities and the role of local government in just transitions. We heard about the role of expanding social protections in just transition, so having expanded access to healthcare and other social protections as being really key to being able to achieve just transitions. We heard about economic diversification from several participants, thus that's very important here as well. The kind of need to prioritize vulnerable groups in planning was mentioned several times. And I think I'll stop there with the enabling environments. And then we heard a number of kind of examples of where there have been some nice, some either local or national level initiatives. Many participants mentioned the role of energy cooperatives and energy communities and different forms of that. So some being indigenous led, some being led by local communities. The kind of intersection there with gender justice was also brought up several times, and how kind of these energy communities really enhance kind of local buy-in and local ownership opportunities. We heard just at the end an example of a women-led initiative in India by Siwa. And then we heard from both the UK and Canada about the establishment of clean jobs offices and clean jobs legislation, at least in the case of Canada. We heard about rural electrification programs and how they're both very important and also can be very effective. Just again, sort of the closer to the community these programs are, the more effective they can be in terms of actually meeting those communities' needs. And then I'll just mention that Fiji brought up all the potential around ocean energy, but the kind of lack of investment in ocean energy as a real barrier to kind of seeing that as a real kind of tool. So it was a very rich discussion. I think we also hit on a number of themes over and over again, which is also, I think, very notable. And I think I'll stop there. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Jane. And thanks again to our three facilitators and the support from our Secretariat staff to assist with their efforts over the breakout discussions. And thanks all for such good report backs on what they heard in the different rooms. So now with that, as we did this morning, you've heard those report backs. And in addition, if there's anything else that anyone would like to raise by way of reflection, we're going to provide that opportunity now. Given our time and our state position in the agenda, we'd like to keep it as tight as possible, but want to provide the opportunity. So if anyone would like to come forward with any additional insights or reactions to what they've heard, the floor is now open. As always, for those attending in person, raising flag. For those online, please raise the virtual hand, indicate name and affiliation. So, excuse me for a moment. Yeah, and before we start that, I'll just let our facilitators leave. They have other commitments outside this room, so thank you again. Just give me a moment to let them leave the podium. Oh, I've got a point of order from Egypt.
Just a point of clarification, since we are provided the opportunity to comment on the reporting back from the facilitators, that would require their presence in the room so that they can receive the comments that we can provide on these reports. Thank you.
Okay, thanks for the point. Just, I mean, two points in response. Firstly, the facilitators have done a great job. The purpose of any reflections is so it's heard for the purposes of the room and for the purposes of everything that comes through in this dialogue. The facilitators themselves don't have any further active role in that context. It goes to the collection of all the information. Our facilitators do have commitments. They're already overstretched their commitment here and late for other events. They really do need to leave in 10 minutes. Out of courtesy, they're going to stay for the next 10 minutes, but then they really do have to leave. But as I say, their presence isn't needed for what we're doing now. That's the broader issue of that. So with that, I'll proceed. And I see G77 and China first, so I'll take them. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. I would just like try to restrict my intervention and be as brief as possible. And just like a comment on the reporting on the session of the trade and climate. So, we've seen it in all three rooms that there was the carbon border adjustment mechanism that was specifically as a mechanism was addressed there, and it was shown cases by many participants on its negative implications on trade and also on climate action, and being as a disenabler for climate action as well. And unfortunately, we didn't see any reference to the carbon border adjustment mechanism from the report coming back. And here I'm talking about a mechanism that is taking this global trajectory from many developed countries. It's not specific to one group of countries or one specific countries. We're talking about a trend now that is being applied by many of the developing countries, and there is a lot of assessments with that regard from the developing countries with direct impacts. I have an assessment that it will impact African countries with almost a loss of 1% of their total GDP growth annually. This is a huge impact, and this is something that was addressed under this dialogue, and it has to be properly reflected in its reports. Thank you.
Thank you, G77 and China. And just to provide that assurance to you, yes, it was definitely mentioned, as you say, multiple times in the discussions. As I said at the outset, the report backs weren't capturing everything, but your point is well taken. And certainly the purpose of this reflection is to ensure that issues like that are reflected here, and you can be sure that that's well registered and forms part of our record of the discussions and will be reflected accordingly. Thank you. Next, we have Kenya. You have the floor.
Thank you very much, facilitator. I just wanted to reflect on a point that was raised, I think, in the first report back, and the message that just transitions are nationally defined. And that, I think, also links to the questions and the confusion that's also coming through in the discussions that we've had, that since just transitions are nationally defined and are unilateral in nature, what are we doing in this work program? And the fact that for us, I think, and we've made it very clear that the transition pathways are nationally defined. We've already agreed to that through the NDCs and all the processes. But there are positive and negative effects that not only affect the countries themselves, but also cross-border. And I think the example of trade and all that was explained. Through the decision that we adopted in Dubai, we agreed that we will cover both the national as well as the international aspects of the transition, so that in the context of all of us achieving collectively the 3 goals of the Paris Agreement, we ensure that we do it in a way that reflects on the Article 2.2 of the Paris Agreement, with equity and CBDR at the center. So I just wanted to reconfirm that, and I'm sure that's the understanding of many of us, but I think that when the point came through that just transition is nationally defined, and what are we doing if those transitions are nationally defined, and the question of whether those are unilateral and what the role of the Just Transition Work Program is. I think the messages in relation to socio-economic development, trade, and workforce go beyond what is happening at the country level, and that should be reflected accurately in the report. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kenya. That's also noted. Next, just to give the list that I have Ingo, and then IPO, Saudi Arabia, African Group, Jordan, EU, LMDC on the list, and India online. And so I'm going to take an LDC in the room. So I'm going to take it in those order. We're trying to do this in the order that they've come, so doing our best. So next I'll have Ingo. Ingo, the floor is yours.
Okay, thank you. So one of the issues that came up in the rooms that we were in was about this notion that there is just transition being pursued in many spaces across the world already, and as Engo, we certainly don't dispute that. The notion that we can just kind of map what's already out there and rely on that to deliver an equitable just transition, though, is not sound. There's only one legitimate body that can really advance climate action based on equity, and that's the UNFCCC. So we can't keep kind of relegating this space to something that is not mandated to actually address this issue and to address it with equity at the heart. In its current shape, the Just Transition Work Programme is not making the connections to all of these different initiatives, neither to practitioners on the ground, nor to the other initiatives that are related to how governments are working, how civil society is working, because there's no infrastructural functions to do so. So if parties want to make the implementation of the Paris Agreement one of the goals of just transition across the board, then action in the form of a global mechanism of some kind is needed. This mechanism can accelerate, consolidate, and achieve a holistic transition across the whole economy, within and between countries, through international cooperation, which came up a lot, as we heard, based on the principle of CBDRC. So we feel like just kind of falling back to this notion that we can just rely on everything that's already out there without any coordination, connection, given the scale of the crisis and the timelines that we're working on, is not fair, and it's not based in justice and equity. I also want to thank the facilitators, because I've done this myself and it's a really, really hard job to reflect back fairly across the board what diverse parties and observers are saying. So I really do want to thank them for doing that. But in terms of the whole dialogue, I would like to make a reflection that inclusion is about everyone who's here and online. So it's about parties, of course. Parties are absolutely critical, but it's also about observers and constituencies. It's quite hard for observers representing millions of workers, thousands of civil society organizations, as well as some of the most marginalized people in the world on the front lines of this crisis, to not feel that our perspectives are being on par with others in the room. This is a dialogue, supposedly, not a negotiation. So if we can't be heard here, then how do we expect to be heard in other spaces? And how do we expect just transitions to actually be planned, implemented, and integrated inclusively across the world? So I just would like to encourage our colleagues here to consider and think through, from all the learnings that we have from those initiatives that we've been told exist across the world, there are principles of how you do inclusion and participation that we could be practicing and embedding in how we're talking here. And there are also principles for just transition, which have been mentioned by a number of parties and observers, but we've not heard that reflected back to us today. So I would just like to encourage everybody here to think about that. We need a framework, we need international cooperation, and we can't do that while we're working in such a siloed way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ingo. Thank you for the comments. And I just want to note, I can assure you that the constituencies, the non-party stakeholders, are an integral part of the Just Transition Work Programme, and certainly your voices are heard, and we very much want to ensure that that remains and continues to grow as a key part of the work programme, given the value that it brings with your voices alongside the voices of parties. And thanks for your other reflections. And I hand now to the IPO, who's next on my list. Thank you. You have the floor. IPO.
So thank you to the facilitators for the space and engage in these discussions. We want to reiterate here that we are not only stakeholders, we're not the stakeholders or vulnerable groups, we are right holders. And it is our territories and ways of life that are preserving and protecting the planet. As indigenous peoples, we made several recommendations during these dialogues, and even though it was not fully mentioned on the report back, we hope that the final report of the 4th dialogue of the Secretariat reflects all of our interventions. And we want to highlight particularly 2 points. First, as many parties have mentioned in the breakout rooms, the Just Transition Work Programme must include the reference to transitioning away from fossil fuels and the social and environmental risk posed by the extraction of minerals deemed critical for the energy transition on indigenous territories. And also, we want to reiterate that the Just Transition Work Programme must include reference to indigenous peoples on voluntary isolation and initial contact. That was not, we mentioned in all of our interventions, and declare their territories as de facto exclusion zones for any extractive activities or energy infrastructure project, since they cannot provide FPIC. Thank you.
Thank you, IPO, and your point on rights holders, not stakeholders, is well taken. Thank you. Next, I have Saudi Arabia. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. And I want to start by aligning with the statement that was given by Egypt on behalf of G77 on China. CBAM has to be explicitly mentioned in the outcome of the dialogue, as it was explicitly mentioned throughout the discussions that we have had, and yet they were very much ignored when in the report back. Not only that, our clear and detailed intervention as Saudi Arabia on how the carbon border adjustment mechanism is actively hindering our just transition efforts by blatantly imposing a direct penalty on our industries, our workers, our communities, and our economy has been ignored completely. But and not only was it watered down into a theoretical issue regarding grid systems, all the examples that were given by the developed countries have somehow found a way to be explicitly detailed and listed in the report back. So this differentiated use or differentiated treatment of how examples are used when they are either for or against the developed countries must stop. We cannot continue in continuous minimizing of our issues that are real, they are not theoretical, and yet they are being watered down continuously throughout this dialogue. So we expect to see unilateral trade measures, the carbon border adjustment mechanism, and all the interventions that were made by the developing countries clearly reflected in the outcomes of this dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you, Saudi Arabia, for reinforcing those points. I'd now pass the floor to the African group. You have the floor.
Thank you very much. The African group supports the statement that was given by Egypt on behalf of the G7 and China. And in that, we also add our voice by, to emphasize that the issue of carbon border adjustment needs to come up very clearly. It was mentioned from the very beginning of this dialogue, and throughout the discussion, it has been very clear that it is causing some barriers to trade and also inhibiting competition in the trade. And in addition to that, we also need to highlight that it is important to emphasize that a neighboring environment should not be a condition for provision of support, because support is there in accordance with the provision of the convention as well as the Paris Agreement. So this should be highlighted in the report. And again, it is also need to highlight that all issues that inhibit countries from transition need to come up very clearly, so that as we discuss, this needs to be dealt accordingly. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, African Group. I pass the floor now to Jordan. The floor is yours. Okay, I think Jordan isn't here, so we can come back if they come back in the room. But in the meantime, I'll go to the EU. The floor is yours, EU.
Thank you. So, related to the remarks, we are just hearing now that there were no references to CBAM in the report back from the session on the role of trade in supporting just energy transition pathways. Our understanding from that report back was that this was already taken up by the facilitator. And again, we would like to reiterate and see that in the report back, for that matter, that when discussing these issues of trade and climate and the role of trade in harnessing a just energy transition, we should be discussing policies in a balanced, transparent, non-adversarial, and non-punitive manner, respectful of national sovereignty, and looking at all parties' policies and measures from that matters, and including, for instance, trade distortions and subsidies, standards, etc., export restriction that we see. So again, in a balanced manner. So we would like to see that in the report as well. Thank you.
Thank you, European Union. Points also Noted. We've still got 6 interventions. We really do need to close them because I know this room is needed. So I ask everyone to be brief, but I'm going to close the list. So we have LMDCs, India online, LDC Group, New Zealand, United Kingdom and Iran, and then I'm closing the list and we'll go to our closing plenary very, and AGN Chair. LMDC, the floor is yours.
Thank you. We support the statement made by Egypt on behalf of G77. CBAM was mentioned and must be mentioned in the report of the dialogue. I think, responding to my previous colleague, I think we have been discussing matters in a non-punitive, non-adversarial, balanced manner. We've also been open. I think that was the guidance given to us right at the very beginning, that we should have open discussions. And we have been we have met the purpose of the dialogue by having frank and open and candid discussions. Second, the question on unilateral measures is not simply a matter of what we like or choose to call them. There are clear definitions in the literature, and it is not a subjective matter relating to preference. Unilateral measures must be clearly articulated and reflected in the report as climate change related trade restrictive unilateral measures. I'll repeat that. Unilateral measures must be clearly articulated and reflected in the report as climate change related trade restrictive unilateral measures. The outcome of this dialogue must include a clear call to the developed countries to remediate the negative impacts of climate change related trade restrictive unilateral measures. To the question on enabling environments, we want to ensure that our message is captured properly. Our message was efforts to address global inequity as an essential condition to provide countries flexibility to chart their own pathways, which have become restricted due to historical and ongoing emissions of developed countries. Finally, we want to stress here that we expect our reflections to be fully recorded in the report of the fourth dialogue without cherry-picking messages and without distorting the letter and spirit of our interventions. Thank you.
Thank you, LMDCs. Next I have India online. The floor is yours, India.
Thank you. Our points have been made by colleagues in the course with the interest of time being given for all of our the chance to speak. The report, the statement made by Philippines and China, as well as the NLDs.
Thank you, India, and that's noted, and I appreciate the time saver. So next I have the LDC group.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the wrap-up. It's really captured also the concern of the LDCs, and Kenya has also emphasized something that's very extremely important, to go back to basics. So in the interest of time, we will also not make that much input. Our input will be sent as usual unwritten to you, but it's important to go back to the reference on the elements, what we are here for. Right, the dimension of the international responsibility that impacts locals ones. I think those are the basics what the just transition it is for. Looking at the macroeconomics, how it impacts at the macro level. That is the point, the key point of the just transition. If we don't have that, and making sure as well that we have the funding needed, the means of implementation, grant-based concessional financing, that is the core and also leveraging on the commitments of Sevilla. Those are the paths on the international financial architecture that we need to be also taking into account. Thank you very much.
Thank you on behalf of the ODC group. Next, I give the floor to New Zealand, also online.
Thank you. Thank you to the facilitators for these comprehensive regards, to colleagues for these engaging discussions. We are short on time, so we'll get back to the briefing. I wish to provide a comment on the second topic, particularly to reiterate the potential for trade and climate to be mutually supported, supporting those energy transition pathways. To be successful in this transition, we need to see more trade usage uptake of environmentally positive goods and services, and less environmentally harmful ones. As part of this, we would expect to see more trade with renewable energy and fossil fuels over time. Renewables account for the large share of growth in energy supply in 2024. It is evident that how money flows to fulfill energy needs is highly determined the extent to which emissions in this sector are reduced. This is why choices about how these emissions prices are incredibly impactful in the energy-just energy transition. New Zealand continues to be a leading advocate for the reduction and ultimately elimination of harmful fossil subsidies globally. We are very efforts at the WTO as the coordinator of the WTO initiative for fossil subsidies reform, and are only one of 4 WTO members to agree to legally binding fossil subsidies in the agreement on climate change, trade, and sustainability, which is a groundbreaking treaty that delivers commercial outcomes while addressing climate and orders sustainable development objectives. New Zealand is also moderated the planning sessions in the WTO Committee on Trade and Environmental Health and Trade related climate measures. Those discussions are strong interest in recognizing the understanding that development measures of trade related climate measures, as well as ways in which any disadvantages for less developed economies and small businesses would be mitigated or addressed. Trade and climate policy can and should be mutually reinforcing. Rules based on multilateral trade systems support global efforts to reduce emissions, to have shared environmental challenges, delivering meaningful commercial outcomes, and preserving economic benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, New Zealand. And now back to the room. Next on my list is the United Kingdom. The floor is yours, United Kingdom.
Thank you very much, Chair. We've had some comments in this reporting back and this plenary session on the role of trade and international cooperation and the session on that subject. In our session, we heard a range of areas where trade can accelerate the clean energy transition, such as cooperation on carbon pricing internationally. We heard climate impacts pose significant physical risks to trade, disrupting trade supply chains and damaging infrastructure and creating cost. And the volatility of fossil fuel markets brings economic and energy security risks with significant affordability impacts. It's important to reiterate our concerns that some colleagues have implied criticism of other policies. And we've also heard some parties that we need to prioritize a discussion on CBAM. And we'd reiterate again, there are a wide range of topics that were discussed and raised, including aforementioned issues. And it's unfortunate that we have to emphasize that discussions under the UNFCCC should not be assessing any individual policies or measures. We are not here to criticize specific policies. Some parties have also suggested specific definitions of unilateral measures or unilateral trade measures or other terms, and we want to be absolutely crystal clear here that there is no consensus on a definition or interpretation, and there are clearly a wide range of issues here. And we do also note that colleagues have pointed to specific paragraphs and mandates, while in previous sessions have said that we cannot discuss just transition and energy parts of the GST. And we do want to point out our confusion here. And to close, we emphasize our trust in the Secretariat in ensuring the report reflects a balanced summary of discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. And now I pass the floor to Iran. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Since I'm the last speaker, I will be very brief. We support the statement of G77 and China, LMDC and Saudi Arabia on the need for inclusion of unilateral measures and CBAM in the report, as it was clearly stated by many parties, and the report should be factual. In this regard, we also emphasize the importance of inclusion of unilateral measures in the chair's concept note. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. I called on Jordan before, but I think he left the room. I said it back in the room, so if Jordan would like to take the floor, I'll pass the floor over to Jordan now. And then the final speaker will be AGN, and then we finish and have our move to a closing plenary, a very brief closing plenary. So does Jordan want to take the floor? I saw the representative from Jordan standing up, but not wanting to take the floor. Okay. Okay, well, I'll move then to the AGM to finish our reflections. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Secretariat and Chair. Let me first thank you indeed for the reflections we have just received from all the colleagues. I think this is very important for us going forward as we move towards Belém. The importance of the discussions here is that they give us a sense of our discussions on this very important topic as we move to COP30. And as you all know, this is one of the most complicated topics. And I think the time we have spent on it shows, and of course the views coming from all parties shows how important it is. And we do understand, of course, the divergent views because the just transition pathways, they seem to reflect different understandings from the various corners. And therefore, for many of us from developing countries, we do believe that just transitions, much as they are new, they should reflect on a couple of issues. My colleagues have talked about that. And in Africa, we just heard from the views from various colleagues from the continent. But I just want to build on what the G77 in China said on behalf of all of us. And I believe that what is important here, one is to ensure that we do reflect the views coming from the groups and also coming from the parties in a much more succinct way so that when we move forward towards Belém, we get the report which can help us to understand the work done here and how it can fit in our work going forward. I think many colleagues from our side, meaning developing countries, have reiterated the importance of ensuring that whatever we do here do not complicate our lives. One, we need just transitions which are important in terms of enhancing our development, reducing debt burdens, ensuring the means of implementations are provided, ensuring that we follow the principles of the convention, which are also translated into the Paris Agreement, and ensure that such transitions leave no one behind. And I think this is a very important message we need to take on board to ensure that going forward, much as we'll see just transition from various perspectives, but the principles embedded in the just transition we all agreed should be respected. And this is where the group of Jesensen in China, as well as colleagues from LDCs, SEEDS, and Africa are focusing on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for those final reflections, and thanks everyone for the reflections. We do now need to move on because the room is needed, so we're going to move very quickly to closing plenary. But just in closing that session, I reiterate the fact that that's been very valuable in terms of capturing additional reflections that have certainly been taken well on board in terms of the totality of discussions here at the dialogue. So now, and a final thank you to Katie, our facilitator. Now we've concluded that session. I'll let Katie leave the podium, and I'll ask Minister Modern to come up to the podium for our closing plenary. Thank you, everyone. So, colleagues, as we come to the close of the fourth hybrid dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme, I want to thank you all for your very active engagement, thoughtful contributions and collaborative spirit over the last 2 days. I know it's had its challenges and we've given you a very big endurance effort during the course of today, so I really appreciate getting through this, and we've had, I think, some very rich and constructive discussions, and we've heard a huge range of views and priorities and experiences through the time. So thank you, everyone. And in closing, I would like to have some closing remarks from our two guests on the podium. And firstly, I'd like to pass the floor to Ms. Julie Gardner, the chair of the subsidiary body for implementation. I know Julie's been with us here through much of the dialogue and has been very interested in hearing all the interventions and discussions through the 2 days. So thanks again, Julia, for being with us. And I now pass the floor to you for your closing remarks. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Damon. And colleagues, I will be extremely brief, knowing that we are well past lunchtime, and I'm sure you're all as hungry as I am. First, I wanted to make 3 quick points on behalf of the Substa Chair and myself. First, thank you. Thank you to the Government of Ethiopia for so generously hosting Climate Week and this 4th dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. Thank you to the Secretariat for organising and running this dialogue, and for those who generously made icebreaker presentations and remarks. And thank you to the facilitators of each session, and thank you very much to Mario for making the time to be here today. And then thank you all for your active and constructive engagement and for your patience with changes to the modalities and for time extensions. Second, this has been a rich discussion across the past 2 days, reflecting the deep engagement on the breadth of issues that the Just Transition Work Programme addresses. We've had strong engagement by parties, observer and constituency organisations, stakeholders and rights holders, and other non-party participants. We appreciate the constructive spirit and flexibility with which we've engaged. I think this dialogue has facilitated greater concreteness and granularity in our joint understanding of just transition pathways, just energy transition pathways and holistic approaches to just transitions, including socioeconomic, workforce, social protection, other dimensions based on nationally defined development pathways. I do want to acknowledge that there are diverse perspectives and positions and some strong points of difference on some key issues. I want to thank you all for your frank sharing of perspectives and for your engagement on those issues, particularly on topics that are deeply challenging to you. Adonia and I encourage you to continue to work closely with each other while you're here at Climate Week and in the lead up to COP30, and to continue to build your understanding of each other's perspectives and to think about the way, the solutions that we may bring together at COP30. And then my final point is that there has been good work done this year, done under the Just Transition Work Programme. At this dialogue, at the third dialogue, and at SB62, and we have a lot to build on for a good outcome at COP30. Adonia and I commit to working closely with the Secretariat to release the informal summary of this dialogue and of the third dialogue and the annual report of the work programme as soon as possible and in advance of COP30 to give you time for consideration. We've heard your concerns about the late release of the concept note and we will correct that for future dialogues. Colleagues, thank you again. We look forward to working with you over the coming months.
Thank you very much, Julia. And just on behalf of the Secretary, I'd also like to thank you for your guidance and support during this dialogue and in the preparation of it, and also to the Substitute Chair for his guidance in all the preparations that led to us being here today. So thank you very much. Finally, I'd now like to have the honour of welcoming to the floor Minister Mario Motten, the Head of Climate Action Division at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Brazil, to provide his reflections and closing address. We know what an important priority just transition is for the incoming COP30 presidency. So thank you very much for taking the time in your busy schedule to be with us today. Minister, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Damon. Dear colleagues, friends, as we bring the fourth dialogue on just transition pathways to a close, on behalf of the incoming COP30 presidency, allow me to thank you all for the constructive spirit you brought to these discussions. As Julia said, the exchange was rich and has provided valuable input, enhancing our understanding of the views from various parties and non-party stakeholders. Like previous dialogues, this fourth session offers a solid foundation to inform the negotiations under the Just Transition Work Programme. That is important to Julia as SBI chair, but it is also important for us as COP30 presidency. Over these 2 days, we heard that enabling just and inclusive energy transitions, shifting from carbon-intensive to a low-carbon model without leaving anyone behind, is crucial. The discussions highlighted the importance of ensuring universal access to clean, reliable, affordable, and sustainable energy for all, including clean cooking solutions. These efforts are crucial to eradicating energy poverty and can also contribute to energy security. We also heard that the costs and benefits of the energy transition must be fairly distributed to avoid placing disproportionate burdens on the poorest and most vulnerable segments of society. In this regard, international cooperation has a crucial role to play. Adequate financing, technology transfer, and capacity building are indispensable for just transitions. Financing just energy transitions involves not only mobilizing resources for clean energy initiatives, but also directing support to critical areas such as socio-economic development, workforce adaptation, and social protection. These are essential to ensuring equity and inclusiveness throughout the process. While exploring innovative financing mechanisms, is important, it is fundamental that parties fulfill their commitments under the Convention in line with the principle of CBDR-RC. As we learned from these and previous dialogues, there is growing recognition that just transitions require a multidimensional approach. This includes decent work and quality jobs, energy access, socio-economic development, social protection, and adaptation, all aligned with nationally defined development priorities. Moreover, just transition pathways must respect and promote human rights, including the rights of vulnerable groups such as women, youth, children, indigenous peoples, local communities, migrants, people of African descent, persons with disabilities, peasants, and others. In this spirit, we acknowledge the progress made at SB 62 and encourage parties to continue to work together towards adopting a substantive and meaningful decision at COP30. We hope we can reach a robust decision in Belém, one that conveys to the world strong shared messages on just transitions, as the G20 did last year with its high-level principles on just energy transitions. At the same time, we expect that a decision at COP30 lays the foundation for concrete outcomes, including possible institutional arrangements that enable the UNFCCC to collaborate with other international organizations such as the ILO, UNCTAD, and others that are already supporting countries in developing national policies to implement just transition pathways. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Minister, for your inspiring remarks. Thanks for being here again. And with this, colleagues, we have come to the end of the fourth dialogue under the United Arab Emirates Just Transition Work Programme. Thank you once again for your participation, flexibility, all your contributions and engagement, which have been incredibly valuable. It's been a real pleasure for me personally to be with you all to moderate this event, and thanks from me to all the Secretariat team behind the scenes and here with me on the podium for all their efforts, which have been tireless in the last weeks. I'm looking forward to seeing many of you at COP30 in Belém, and it's only a couple of short and very busy months ahead, so good luck over the coming weeks, and look forward to seeing you all there for what's going to be a very important COP30. Thanks everyone, and best wishes for the rest of the day and the week. Thank you.